Chapter 900, Swift Decision. Star Beast World, Star-Lord Mountain, as currently the most influential sect of this world, cultivating their 8th Great Emperor and 2nd Eternal Emperor, Primal Star Planet was magnificent. The sheer size of the planet could compare to countless domains in the myriad Emperor world. If any scientists from Earth could see this planet, they would curse heaven because of how ridiculous it is for a planet to be bigger than a galaxy. However, such a thing is more than common in this strange world. Emperor lineages will all create artificial planets as the local for their factions. As such, there are many unnatural locals in this world. No, even the naturally created planets and stars are ridiculously large. Deep inside the Star-Lord Mountain, in his secret room, what a brilliant idea, said Muley, with shining eyes. However, he quickly controlled his emotions, thinking rationally. What do you think? Is it possible? Asked Tong Ruobing. Muley did not answer immediately, thinking deeply about the feasibility of this idea. Let me see the talisman. He took it from her hand, taking this opportunity to caress her jade-like hands, making Tong Ruobing glared at him. Without any shame, he closed his eyes and focused. A few seconds later, Muley's face paled before opening his eyes with a look of horror. What a monster, he commented. Is he that powerful? Yes, at least 30% Grand Dao source. At least? Can't you be sure? Muley shrugged his shoulders. All I know is I didn't survive a single attack, and he did not use much of his strength. Tong Ruobing sighed. So you agree? Rho alpha and d alpha s nu omicron v epsilon l omicron m, why not? With so much benefit, there is no reason to disagree. Muley's eyes shone with ambition. A few people were unhappy with his choice of not walking the pure body refining path. However, he did not regret his decision. During the deception trial, he learned of the political situation of the upper dimension. He knew his life would not be peaceful after ascending unless he wanted to bow his head and become someone else's dog. Unfortunately, the pure body refining path only has strength before opening the gate of power, meaning they are easily killed. So, he chose this path to ensure he had a higher chance of surviving after ascending. Furthermore, his choice did not ruin his potential, only delay it. His talent and foundation as a body refiner did not go away. So, as long as he has enough resources, he can quickly temper his body to a level comparable to if he had chosen the pure path. Now, with the heavenly court, he saw his opportunity. His strength will drastically increase if he succeeds, even becoming a potent eternal supreme. Do you want to discuss with the elders before deciding? No need. Some of them might get greedy and do something foolish. Let's come up with an agreement with Wang Wei first before discussing it with them. Tong Ruobing nodded. I will accompany you home to discuss with him. This might not be a good idea. Tong Ruobing shook her head. The situation of the myriad emperor world was special, and the appearance of a foreign eternal emperor might instantly complicate things. I'm not reassured for you to return home alone. Tong Ruobing pondered briefly before coming up with a solution. Can we go somewhere more private? Muley was puzzled by such a weird request but did not ask more questions. He tore apart the space and teleported her to his favorite planet. Once, he almost died from a competitor's sneak attack and had to recuperate on that desolate planet. Then, from that moment on, it became a place he went to when he wanted to be alone with his thoughts. They soon reached a small mansion, and Tong Ruobing acted, Heavenly Emperor, please show your presence. The room's atmosphere immediately changed, becoming more mysterious, majestic, and noble. Then, out of nowhere, Wang Wei appeared in the room. Muley's eyes dilated, a projection. From so far away and with just a name. As an eternal emperor, his name has power, so he could sense it if someone called him countless world communities away. However, the feeling will be very vague, and he has to take time to search for the source. However, Wang Wei's ability was instant and without any restrictions. A little trick, said Wang Wei, who seemed to have guessed his thoughts. I attach karma to my name, making it easier to detect when people mention it. I sometimes envy the versatility of outlaw Daos. Since we have to pay so much for our Dao, it's normal for them to be more powerful, replied Wang Wei, who sat in the invited seat. Have you thought about my proposal? I have, and I agree. Excellent. I knew you were a decisive man of action. I never knew you thought so highly of me, said Muley with a smile, and Wang Wei said a few more praises. He analyzed Muley during their interaction as business partners. His conclusion was that the latter was the decisive type of person who would not hesitate to go after what he desires. Furthermore, Muley did not have the deep, hidden pride Heaven Chosen's had, making his mind and actions more flexible. In that case, let's discuss the details. The two started negotiating the terms of this deal. Before coming here, Wang Wei thought Tong Ruobing would be his greatest obstacle to acquiring as much benefit as possible. However, he was soon proven wrong. Muley knew no shame when arguing, trying to squeeze as many benefits as possible. Their previous dealings were small and not as valuable, so Muley was a gentleman throughout the process. I think you should take a look at Snovel. But now, the man did not show the pride of an eternal emperor. Wang Wei felt he was discussing with a cunning street merchant instead of a dignified eternal being who has transcended the shackles of time and death. After a few hours, they reached an agreement and signed a contract. Wang Wei gave Muley all the information about the court, including how refined the palace was and the god-conferring list. Subsequently, he handed Tong Ruobing the merit-proving method, with the stipulation only she could use it and was forbidden to pass it on to a second person. Finally, Wang Wei's projection disappeared. What do you think? Even scarier in person, replied Muley. Anything else? Asked Tong Ruobing. The lower dimension will become turbulent. We need to prepare for the upcoming storm. He could see or detect many hidden things between heaven and earth with his current strength. Let's go. We have plenty of work to do. Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court, Wang Wei looked at the contract in his hand, smiling brightly. He put them away, stood up, and stretched his body. I haven't slept for a long time, so let's take a nap. He walked to his room to sleep. The next day, he woke up because he had another visitor. The person who walked into the throne room was a woman with dark yet sexy makeup. She had a long saber hanging on her side. Despite her beauty, her body had a blood stench embedded deeply into her bones and soul. She immediately knelt on the ground to kowtow. Ho Qing has seen your majesty, the heavenly emperor. At ease, said Wang Wei. If I remember correctly, you're this generation's sect master of the Blood Saber sect. This was a devil sect with two great emperors known for their saber Dao, so Wang Wei remembered them. It's the honor of this lowly servant to be remembered by the emperor. Lowly servant? Yes. Our Blood Saber sect would like to serve the emperor, swearing to go through water and fire for the court. Wang Wei briefly paused before laughing out loud. An oath of loyalty from a devil cultivator? I've officially seen it all. Your Majesty, I mean every word, quickly explained Ho Qing. Is that so? Muttered Wang Wei without another word. His silence intensified the pressure in the room. Ho Qing's heart was racing and sweat felt on her back. Luckily, Wang Wei finally spoke. I have been thinking of establishing the position of Divine General and creating numerous divine legions under the control of the court. However, Your Majesty, our Blood Saber sect is willing to become your sharpest sword. Uttered Wang Wei, deep in thought. I haven't made a decision yet. However, you can move the elites of your sect into the court and begin your training. When it's appropriate, I will canonize you. Ho Qing's face on the floor became ugly as she understood the implications. The devil cultivator's action was not enough to appease the heavenly emperor. At the very best, he was no longer as disgusted with them now since they were somewhat useful, but it was far from enough. As you wish, said Ho Qing, knowing this was the best option for now. She soon left the court to report the result. "These devil cultivators are interesting," muttered Wang Wei. "However, they will make fine cannon fodder." He waited in the room as he knew another visitor should be coming in a few hours. "This place is a little deserted. Should I choose a few palace maids to make things livelier?" Wang Wei shook his head as he knew he could suffer terribly if he did such a thing, even if his intentions were pure. In beginning to envy these future heavenly emperors who will fill the court with a harem of 3,000 beauties. He could foresee the degeneration that will happen in the future in this magnificent court he spent so much time and effort to build. Unfortunately, he had no destiny for the harem life. "I should begin completing my little pond. It will be a great way to cultivate my fate Tao." He thought about many things he needed to do in the future, including a display of his strength. Otherwise, it won't be long before these people lose their fear of him, becoming bolder and taking risks. He also has to plan for his flesh tribulation. From the knowledge he received from the ancient desolate emperor, this particular tribulation was nasty. So much work to do. Luckily, I have plenty of time. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 901, Attack. "Is everything done?" asked Wang Wei. "Yes," replied Wu Ming with an excited smile. Who knew in just 2 days, this man slaughtered most of the upper echelons of the Origin Rune Palace and enslaved all the rest, turning his Wu clan into the leading faction of this ancient emperor lineage. "Thank you for help," added Wu Ming, sighing deeply. He was now one of the few people in the world who experienced the horror of this heavenly emperor. With one talisman, he could borrow Wang Wei's power, and Wu Ming had never been so intoxicated. He could slaughter immortals like they were ants. Anyone who stood in his way would be slaughtered or suppressed. During the entire process, one thought kept popping into Wu Ming's mind: run away to keep this power. The temptation of this idea was beyond what people could understand. The experience was worse than during the primordial spirit realm when he had to experience the heart devil. Only 2 things prevented Wu Ming from doing something stupid. He knew this strength did not belong to him and would disappear soon. Secondly, he had a mission to revive the Wu clan. His ancestors should have been the Array ancestors, but the founder of the Origin Rune Palace stole their Wu clan's destiny. So, in his generation, he would take it back no matter the means. Without wasting time, Wu Ming handed Wang Wei a token that resembled a small mountain with runes engraved on them. As soon as he held the token, Wang Wei sensed he now had access to the Origin Rune Palace's chi luck. "It's so weak and feeble," he commented. "That's to be excited," sighed Wu Ming. "They have been in decline for too long. They would have long been annihilated if not for the Array Dao luck and Heavenly Dao's protection." Wang Wei pondered briefly, then, "It's time to revive them. It would be pointless to condense Cultivation civilization luck if some aspects of it were lacking." "Any idea?" asked Wu Ming with excitement. Wang Wei looked at him, and in a moment, he saw the latter's fate and future. "Well, it was your clan's destiny to revive the Origin Rune Palace's destiny and luck. However, the process will take too long, so let's change things." "How to begin?" "First, move some of your members into the court. I need you to build a Totem Warrior Legion." "Totem Warrior?" asked Wu Ming, confused. However, some information immediately appeared in his mind. "I see. Totem warriors are the weaponized version of his clan's formation body." It was one of the ideas Wang Wei gave him. A totem warrior will engrave formation into their bodies, boosting their abilities and even granting them different powers. Some can even engrave part of an emperor's formation to borrow its power. Our Wu clan already created the totem warrior system. However, only the ones with ordinary formations. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. Tong Ruobing is a totem warrior as she successfully inherited the power of the origin talisman. Meanwhile, Wu Ming, the person who gave these ideas, did not succeed. Don't worry. The court will support you with plenty of resources and talent. Wu Ming felt relieved after hearing this, so he bowed and left to do his duty. A talented person. However, he does not have a single ounce of emperor destiny. Is this a choice? All geniuses or heaven-chosen have emperor destiny, meaning the luck to become a great emperor one day. However, Wu Ming is different. It seems he has no desire to become emperor, with only the obsession for his clan to regain what they lost. His only ambition is for his descendants to cultivate a potent emperor, but he never thought of becoming one himself. Wang Wei shook his head and no longer paid attention to him. He focused in the distance. They already couldn't resist, he muttered. Western continent, Aoshan was discussing how to assign his god positions and how to make full use of the current system for their demon race to rise and prosper. Unlike the other factions who decided to take their time to analyze the list and decide, he never stopped in the past few days. Aoshan already had a framework and had chosen many people for different positions. Suddenly, Aoshan sensed something, and a look of anger manifested on his face. Open the formation, ordered Aoshan before disappearing. But, sir, just do it. He knew what the latter wanted to say. The demon race used too many resources the last time they opened the formation to cover the entire continent. Although they have been recuperating since their alliance with the Dao opening sect, they still needed plenty of time to be considered prosperous. Now, they would lose even more if they had to do it a second time, delaying the growth of their race. I think you should take a look at Snovel. Kamalas, regardless of how the spoken person or anyone else felt, they followed their leader's instructions and opened the formation. Meanwhile, Aoshan stood above the clouds, looking in one direction. You disgusting maggots really thought I was a soft persimmon? Asked Aoshan, releasing a tangible killing intent. Unfortunately, of all the conferred gods, you're the weakest, said a gentle voice. Soon, a young and handsome man appeared in the sky. He had long black hair, a red robe, and a very captivating evil smile. Besides his smile, nothing about it made him look like a devil cultivator. However, that's only to the normal eyes. Aoshan can see the negative karma from this man and even knows the main source. This person cultivates an evil technique that steals women's primordial yin to nourish himself. Tell all the other ants to show up. Their hiding method is child play to my eyes. Your Excellency, there is no need for this, said the evil young man. We can negotiate and prevent any need for violence. Aoshan glanced at him. The devil cultivator wants to step on me so the world and the heavenly emperor can take them seriously. But I also want to step on you to warn the world to display the strength of the demon race. So, there is no need for negotiation or conversation. I will slaughter all of you as a show of might. Boom! Aoshan released a terrifying aura, immediately suppressing the young man. Dragons were one of the most powerful and noble creatures between heaven and earth. As such, their aura could suppress creatures of a lower bloodline than them and even influence weaker creatures with no bloodline. Do it, said the evil young man, and 10 people appeared to surround Aoshan in groups of 2, with one in front and one behind. A vision of some sort appeared on the first row of people. Aoshan looked at the person before him. A world of flame appeared above the person's head. A world of water appeared from the person on his west side, followed by a world of earth, wood, and metal. The second row individuals mobilized their power as a noble and immortal-like aura emanated from them. Unfortunately, the evil aura hidden deep in these people ruined their immortal ambience. These immortal venerables mobilized their immortal chi to create 5 arrays, each with one of the 5 elements. The arrays then resonate with the internal worlds of these Dao ancestors, forming a unique technique and formation. The evil young man had already disappeared from Aoshin's sight, but he controlled this operation in the shadows. According to records, 6-star primarchs do have the strength to fight and even defeat eternal emperors. However, they have a weakness: they cannot regenerate or heal as easily as eternal emperors. A cunning light flashed in the evil young man's eyes. I only need to take advantage of this weakness. I don't need to defeat Aoshin. I only need to use this EN 5 element array to block him, slowly injuring him until he compromises with us. The evil young man quickly ordered his people to attack. As such, a green flame dragon manifested in the sky before rushing toward Aoshin. The proud dragon calmly watched the attack reach him, not hiding the contempt in his eyes. Then, a swallowing power emanated from his body, and the green flame dragon disappeared, shocking most of the people secretly watching this battle. Don't you know there are differences between primarchs, just like there are differences between eternal emperors? Asked Aoshin with a sneer. He was one of the highest tiers of heaven chosen in his generation, so how could he become any regular primarch? Aoshin made a claw motion with his hand, frowny face dragon claw. Boom. The Tao ancestor with the fire internal world spewed a large mouthful of blood, looking at the dragon with incredible eyes. Tao ancestors know their weakness is their internal world. Without it, they cannot borrow the power of the grand Tao source. As such, they usually have myriad ways to hide and protect their internal world. However, Aoshin directly ignored these measures and destroyed his internal world with one blow. Although he did not die after its destruction, he instantly lost more than 80% of his strength. As such, the man immediately thought of running away. He felt pain, thinking about how much time and effort he would have to take to rebuild his internal world again. The sad part is that he had a fortunate encounter and built a unique fire internal world that made him an insurgent. Now, after rebuilding, he might not be able to return to his previous strength. Unfortunately, the man did not have time to move before Aoshin made another move. His human eyes turned reptilian, and the man exploded into a blood mist with one gaze. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know at report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 902. After Aoshin killed the first person, he looked at the immortal venerable behind him. He instantly realized the opponent was nothing but an ordinary cultivator and not an insurgent. His purpose was only to add to this formation. The devil cultivator's heart immediately skipped a beat after noticing Aoshin's gaze. He felt like he was facing an apex predator that truly stood at the pinnacle of the universe. His battle instinct kicked in, and he mobilized the vast immortal chi inside his body. Well, he tried to. Aoshin controlled his chaos innate law, now sublimated into heaven law, and released a subtle fluctuation. The face of the devil cultivator changed as he discovered he could no longer control the energy inside his body. Then, Aoshin flicked his finger to generate a terrible force. Boom! The immortal venerable exploded into a blood mist. Aoshin ensured the death was as brutal as ever and visually stimulating. Dark water of filth, soul-severing sword, earth-devouring mountain, blood-sucking wood. Under the evil young man's command, the formation did not immediately collapse. On the contrary, they went on the offensive, using the remaining elements. Chaos conversation. After these attacks reached Aoshin, they did not have the desired effects. Instead, he controlled them and converted them into a trace of chaos energy that he stored inside his body. "You're next," he said to the Earth World Devil Cultivator, making the latter pale. Aoshin teleported before him and hit him with his delicate-looking palm. However, the cultivator knew how terrifying such gentle hands were. Bang! The devil cultivator was not immediately annihilated. At the last minute, he summoned an emperor artifact that resembled a blood bead. The artifact released a blood-red shield that blocked most of the damage to this attack. It's futile, commented Ao Shin before making a clenching motion. A terrifying force squeezed the devil cultivator from the left and right. His shield did not last a second before exploding into a blood pool. Afterward, Ao Shin focused on the latter's inner world. As long as this world is not destroyed, the Tao ancestor is not really dead and can revive itself. So, the dragon opened his mouth and swallowed the entire world, generating more chaos power. Dragon roar, a supreme and noble roar echoed between heaven and earth. It was the sound of a beast declaring its superiority to all sentient beings. With this roar, the earth immortal venerable's body disintegrated into 1,000,000 motes of light scattered in the clouds. At this point, these people realized this plan was a catastrophic failure. So, these cunning devil cultivators immediately chose to run away. "Do you think you can come and leave as you please?" sneered Ao Shin. The space around them suddenly changed. These devil cultivators soon discovered no matter how far they ran or in which direction, they would find themselves a few meters around the dragon. "Lord Ao Shin, there is no need to continue this senseless slaughter," hurriedly said the evil young man. "We made a mistake and acknowledged our fault. If you let us leave, I promise we will send the demon race a hefty compensation. Like I said, you're a warning to the rest of the world. Lord Ao Shin, don't push things too far. A cornered rabbit will bite back even when facing a lion," said the evil young man with a grave tone. "Rabbit? You're not even ants in my eyes." An immense anger flashed in the evil young man's eyes before becoming extremely cold. "You leave me with no choice. Now, I'm intrigued. Hopefully, your next move can make this battle interesting." The evil young man felt even more humiliated, but he knew there was no point in such an emotion, especially in this situation. "Let's do it," he ordered the remaining survivor. However, no one responded to him even after a few seconds. "Do you think you have a choice? He had already sentenced us to death. No one can leave this place alive if we don't use some drastic measure." The survivors gritted their teeth before rushing toward the evil young man. They turned into red lights before fusing into his body. Soon afterward, his body mutated. He grew to more than 10 meters tall. His upper body was full of so many muscles that it looked disgusting with all the green veins. Furthermore, his upper body was so much bigger than his lower torso, he could be described as having short and thin legs with a tiger's back and a bear's torso. Lastly, the evil young man's eyes were utterly dark, releasing a menacing aura. His intelligence seemed to be fleeting for a moment before regaining consciousness. Blasphemous transformation. I thought his technique was lost during the Devil era. I think you should take a look at Snovel. The evil young man did not answer. This technique was not lost, but the devil cultivators hid to prevent other factions from using it as an excuse to eradicate them. After all, although this technique can boost strength, most people will lose their minds after using it, turning into mindless killing machines. During the Devil era, countless devil cultivators used this forbidden technique when fighting the devil race. One of the most common tactics was to drop a mindless, transformed individual into the camp of the devil race and let them slaughter until they were put down. However, if you think this is enough to stop me, you're gravely mistaken. "This is just the beginning," said the evil young man in an eerie voice that was composed of many individuals. A dark red sword appeared in his hand, releasing a strange fluctuation. "Tao will artifact. How is that possible?" muttered Ao Shin, genuinely surprised. Tao will artifacts are something only pseudo and true eternal emperors can leave for their faction. These artifacts are often used to permanently kill great emperors. However, under the balance mechanism of heavenly Tao, the power in these artifacts will slowly dissipate with time. With the foundation of the devil cultivators, they should not have such a thing. Even if they did, the artifact should have long become useless. "I see," said Ao Shin. "You guys found a Tao will artifact and used countless human sacrifices to keep the power from dissipating. You hide very well, but this will not change anything. That remains to be seen. The evil young man slashed his sword, creating a black slash, boosting his strength to the limit of possibility with the Dao Will artifact. However, Aoshin calmly raised his palm and blocked the attack. This attack barely reached the threshold of an eternal attack. Moreover, it's an energy-based attack. Aoshin only took a moment to analyze the situation. After this weird mutation or fusion, his opponent's inner world should have strengthened or sublimated. However, his mind was constantly on the verge of collapsing, making it impossible to control his grand Dao source. So, he converted his inner world into an energy-producing base, using more of an immortal venerable way of battling. Aoshin frowned as he saw a white mark on his palm. Primarch truly cannot compare to an emperor, he thought. No matter the class, emperors have an extremely high immunity toward energy/chi-based attacks. Furthermore, they can adapt. For example, if an insurgent chi could do damage to an emperor before, they could take some time to absorb that special chi and become immune to it. Unfortunately, Primarchs did not have such an ability. Luckily, my law is chaos, I can integrate everything for my use. Aoshin focused on his opponent. A strange fluctuation emanated from his body, and he flicked his finger frowny face great cutting technique, swish. Before the evil young man could react, the right part of his body separated from the rest. Dao Will, how is that possible? Muttered the devil cultivator. However, Aoshin only responded with a sneer. He was a unique Primarch in some ways. Innate demon gods have a powerful body to rely on after becoming Primarchs. However, the same cannot be said for humans. Even with powerful bloodlines, humans are still inferior to innate demon gods in this aspect. Not counting body refiners. So, how to make up for this weakness? The answer is Dao Will, also called Law Will. Humans who previously acquired the D realm can acquire their Dao Will after becoming 6-star Primarchs. Meanwhile, innate demon gods do not have cultivation systems and rely entirely on their bloodline and comprehension of their innate laws. As such, they cannot enter the D realm. Adding the fact that 99% of them were too proud to cultivate any human cultivation system, Aoshin's case is indeed rare since he's one of the few innate demons with a Dao Will. Okay, I have proven my point. You can die now. No, roared the evil young man as he mobilized his Dao Will artifact, even summoning his inner world to surround and protect him. Unfortunately, Aoshin's attack bypassed his defensive measures and instantly annihilated his body and soul. Finally, the dragon swallowed the remaining mutated inner world. With the acquired chaos power, I can temper my body to a higher level. Greed flashed in Aoshin's eyes as he wished he could hunt countless immortal tier devil cultivators. The technique he created to convert everything into chaos power is very precious, and he wished he could use it without restraint. Luckily, he could control himself. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know at report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 903. The world was in shock after watching this battle. The cultivators and factions of this world had a subtle arrogance that most did not detect. The source was what happened to the heaven-devouring emperor. In their mind, since they could deal with this eternal emperor, the others should not be a problem. Their thinking was if things reached a dire state, they could use the same method. Finally, with more than 2 eternal emperors in this world and a few others on par, they subconsciously lowered the value of eternal emperors due to the lack of rarity. Some people even had hidden contempt for the 2 Primarchs of this generation. However, after witnessing Aoshin's battle, they woke up and realized their mistake. They realized eternal emperors were the pinnacle of battle prowess in the lower dimension for a reason. Immortal sovereigns can only restrain eternals, but it did not mean they were superior to the latter. Ocean's battle reinstated these people's awe of Eternals, making them more prudent when dealing with the 10 conferred gods. Western Continent, Mo clan, fail, he muttered with a listless look. He did not expect these people to win, only to display their strength and pressure Ocean. Sadly, he underestimated how terrifying people of that level are. If the dragon has such power, what about the Heavenly Emperor? The Mo patriarch shivered as he thought about this. He quickly reined in his thoughts, knowing this was not the time. He received news from Ho Qin, knowing the scheme of the Heavenly Emperor. However, there was nothing he could do, even if he knew. The Mo patriarch took a deep breath before contacting one of his servants, ordered them to begin. A light of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Their Mo clan has paid a great deal to survive this catastrophe. He had to mediate between these unruly and murderous devils, ensuring they can be united to deal with the situation. Now, he only hoped his actions were worth it. Western Bliss sect, Feng Heng watched the battle, analyzing Ocean's strength and comparing it to his. He was not surprised by the outcome, so his main focus was how to deal with the dragon in case they became enemies. Muttered Feng Heng as he noticed something. Numerous devil cultivators flew from different domains, their movements indicated some sort of organization. Then, he saw these people begin to slaughter low-level devil cultivators. In a few seconds, millions of devil cultivators die in the hands of their own kind. What are they doing? Asked Feng Heng. Then, he saw a hint. A black cauldron floated above the continent. Each time someone died, golden lights entered the cauldron. They are killing their own to gather merit. What's the point of doing this? Yin Yang symbol flashed in his eyes as he calculated the secrets of heaven and earth. I see. The Heavenly Emperor wanted to eradicate the devil cultivator, so they chose to do it themselves, leaving only a few survivors. This method was similar to how someone had to amputate their limbs to save their lives. The higher factions of the devil cultivator chose to abandon the weaker ones for survival. The merit should be an offering to the Heavenly Emperor, showing their submission and dedication. After discovering the truth, Feng Heng's first instinct was to stop everything. However, he chose otherwise, as his interventions would ruin the Heavenly Emperor's benefit. I could participate. Although the Western Bliss sect does not have as many members, we can still overwhelm these people as long as I personally take action. Feng Heng frowned. If I choose this path, I would have to hand over the merit assembled to the Heavenly Emperor. He knew better than to dip his finger into someone else's food. Simultaneously, he did not want to participate in vain without benefit. Feng Heng struggled to make a decision. After a few minutes, he sighed. This poor monk's destiny is to revive Buddhism and cleanse the Western continent. Now that someone is helping in the process, preventing me from killing too much, I should be glad. So, there is no need to be weighted by losses and gains. Feng Heng's aura became more peaceful, so he closed his eyes and meditated while chanting sutras. D-Clan, Patriarch, what should we do? Nothing. But our D-Clan needs to remain as low-key as possible during this generation. The room quieted down, and Di Tsong saw the desolate look on these people's faces. He sighed out loud, I think you should take a look at Snovel. See Omicron M, our main objective is to find the reincarnation of the young patriarch and see if he wishes to return to the clan. The clan members' eyes lit up. As long as they find Di Tian, their clan can cultivate a heavenly emperor on par with that monster. Di Tsong secretly nodded in satisfaction after seeing their reaction. Heavenly Court, Wang Wei watched the battle with great focus. His eyes could see many things others could not. Heavenly Tao is not the one boosting Ao Shin's innate law, so it should be under the division of true Heavenly Tao. But, if he was of 4-star or lower, would that be Heavenly Tao's job? The world's secrets flashed in his eyes as he peered through fate itself. The answer was yes, Heavenly Tao is responsible for boosting 4-star primarchs or lower. Meanwhile, 5-star and above, corresponding to first class and above, was under true heavenly Taoist jurisdiction. Can I interrupt that boost in any shape or form? With the boost, Primarchs are no way near the level of Great Emperor's Grand Tao source. Negative, replied Wang Wei. The Heaven Path is another balance mechanism of the world targeting the Emperor Path. So, unless I'm on par with true heavenly Tao, I am powerless. Wang Wei calmly watched the battle end and Aoshin's departure. Is he close to manifesting his willpower? Well, it makes sense. Aoshin had to fight multiple imprints in his bloodline trying to take over his body during his Heaven Path tribulation. In the process, he must have tempered his willpower to a high enough level. Wang Wei's gaze switched to the Western continent, and he immediately deduced the Devil Cultivator's plan. The Mo clan patriarch is truly a talent. The fact he could think of such an idea so quickly proved his ability. I am more than happy to receive merit without working for it, thought Wang Wei. And your plan is excellent, but you forgot something: the future. The Devil Cultivators are unstable, so he did not want to leave them any foundations to rise in the future. Wang Wei knew it was impossible to eradicate them completely unless he used extreme means like the absolute beginning Emperor's magic. However, he understood the world needed balance, yin and yang. So, complete eradication of the devil race will destroy that balance. He could foresee that if he took these measures, it wouldn't be long before a devil cultivator version of Feng Heng appeared, tasked with the destiny to revive the devil cultivators. So, his goal is to clean them up, forcing their faction to start over. He hoped after a couple of generations, when the devil cultivators had trained a few emperors and showed signs of reviving, his successor could wipe them again, forcing them to restart over. From now on, it will be the precedent to clean these guys up after they revive. Wang Wei observed the chaos in the Western continent with no desire or intent to stop it. He focused on Buddhism's response. No action, he muttered. It seems he's truly an enlightened monk. So far, Feng Heng has displayed that his mission toward Buddhism is why he could not achieve true enlightenment, allowing his state of mind to reach a higher level. There will be many temptations, thought Wang Wei. If you can resist, you can truly sublimate. If not, you will only be lost in the red dust. After deducing Feng Heng's state, Wang Wei suddenly remembered his ever-changing Tao heart. Maybe I should continue tempering it by incarnating as different lives. As soon as he had the idea, he could not resist. So, Wang Wei waved his hand to send countless invisible lights into the world. After proving the Tao heart seems the most useless attribute. But Wang Wei knew this was far from the truth and took it very seriously. Wang Wei stopped paying attention to the world and prepared to rest. However, he suddenly sensed something: my father is out of his retreat. Sooner than expected. He disappeared from the court and returned to the sect. The mountains were not as lively as they used to be because most of the disciples moved to the court to take advantage of the better environment. I told you he would immediately return, said Yu Yan with a smug look as she looked at her husband. All right, you know him better than I do, said Wang Tian with a smile. That's right, and you better not forget it, she added. Son, I've made your favorite food. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know at report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 904, How was your retreat? Asked Wang Wei as he took a bite of his red braised pork belly. It was a success, replied Wang Tian with a smile. I already created 3 incarnations. Are you going to let each cultivate the cutting aspect of Sword Tao? I previously thought of this. However, I changed my mind, Wang Tian shook his head. I want each of them to focus on one aspect of basic swordsmanship, elevating it to the highest level before the final fusion. Basic swordsmanship involves cutting, stabbing, parrying, and many more. After his battle with Ji Lanfang, Wang Tian felt he could improve in other areas, using their essence to make up for his sword-cutting Dao. That's good. However, you seem worried about something, asked Wang Wei. If it's the issue of resources, you don't have to worry. No, that's not it, replied Wang Tian. I'm worried they won't experience much tempering by staying by my side. I thought of sending them to other worlds, but I always feel there is a better way. Better? In what way? Asked Yu Yen. How do I explain this? I want my incarnations to be challenged, to meet swordsmen on my level to temper their sword Dao, explained Wang Tian. Is there a world where sword Dao is supreme? Let me check. The river of fate materialized in Wang Wei's eyes as he saw countless secrets of the lower dimension. There is a sword overlord world where sword cultivators are the mainstream. Unfortunately, they have been in decline in the past few generations. Decline? Well, it seems the other weapon Daos were unhappy about becoming irrelevant and basically staged a coup. Unfortunately, the final winner of this generation is not a sword emperor. The world's name might even be changed soon, explained Wang Wei. Let me check the lower realm. He paused for a second. Even the lower realm of that community is facing the same issue. I smell a conspiracy. Wang Wei did not think it was a coincidence that Sword Dao faced such a backlash across the entire world community. You could send a few incarnations in these worlds to revive Sword Dao. Indeed, that's a good idea. But that's not exactly what I want, replied Wang Tian. Do you want your incarnation to face countless opponents like yourself and Ji Lanfang? Asked Yu Yen. Basically. Then, have Wire create a world full of swordsman geniuses for you. Send all the incarnations without any memories and have them battle it out like the heaven will. Wang Tian's eyes lit up before looking at his son. Can you do it? Creating a world is simple. However, if you want countless sword geniuses, gathering and condensing the Sword Dao destiny for that world will take some time. It will take longer if you want the world to have a long history and well-developed sword techniques and arts. Lastly, such a world will not have high-level resources for your incarnations. Time is not an issue. Wang Tian was not in a hurry and was willing to wait as long as necessary. Regarding the resources, I only care whether the incarnations will temper their Dao heart and sword Dao. Once they finish, we can provide the resources needed to reach a complete 9 extremity. That's fine, nodded Wang Wei. One last thing. Is there a chance for me to achieve 10 supremacy? Wang Wei sighed. I've done the calculations. As soon as you enter my unique world, you will die. Wang Wei never dared say the word, science and technology, openly. Regardless, he was telling the truth. According to his divination and the future he saw, Hongzhen's protection only extended to him and not his family. Di Tian's limit breaker is very rare, so even if we rely on luck, our chances of finding one in the lower dimension are almost zero. However, there is still one last method, but I don't know if it will work. Wang Wei remembered the method to condense his perfect foundation. According to Wu Hong's predictions, he will receive all the materials after entering the dark truth, so there is a chance he could get a limit breaker there. Is it dangerous? Asked Yu Yen. Probably. In that case, no need to take the risk, said Wang Tian firmly. The last thing he wanted was to place his son in danger because of his ambitions. Even if not for you, I need to go to that place. Is it truly necessary? Asked his mother. Yes, replied Wang Wei. If these methods don't work, we can try some alternative methods. I think you should take a look at Snovel. Wang Wei did not have much hope for his father. The 10 Supremacy Foundation requires talent, luck, and destiny. However, based on what he observed, his father simply did not have the luck and destiny for such an achievement. He and Di Tian have taken the destiny or luck of 10 supremacy in the myriad emperor world for the next few eras, not generations eras. Well, there is no need to be too focused on this. If it does not work out, then it doesn't. Wang Tian understood some things are destined for only a few individuals. For example, he would never have acquired the eternal emperor destiny if not for his son. Wang Wei secretly sighed. He made numerous calculations and divinations and saw myriad futures. He tried to forcefully alter his father's father into someone destined to achieve 10 supremacy in each of them. However, the result was true heavenly Tao warning and blocking his actions. In one of the simulations, the latter directly annihilated him because he went too far. As such, Wang Wei concluded he had the power to do these things. However, according to the game analogy he used, his level of authority is not enough to touch these domains. Mom, how about you? How was your retreat? I did gain something. However, it's not enough to create an incarnation, replied Yu Yan with some sadness. She has long known her talent was nothing compared to her husband, but she refused to admit she was not as good as that idiot. Don't beat yourself, reassured Wang Wei. That small comprehension should drastically increase your chance of becoming an eternal. She smiled and nodded. Oh, before I forget, can you do a Grand Dao Source baptism for the Yu clan? Wang Wei suddenly paused his chopstick. What's wrong? You should have some time now. Wang Wei sighed out loud, I'm sorry, but I can't. What do you mean? You better explain yourself, said Wang Tian with raised voice. His eyes indicated he was prepared to give his son the first ass-whooping in his life. As for his status, he did not care. No matter how strong and noble his son was, he still came out of him, so he could still correct him. Calm down, exclaimed Wang Wei. I'm not saying this because of how I feel about grandfather. Then, what reason would you have not to help your mother's clan? Balance mechanism, replied Wang Wei. What do you mean? Are you saying because of how strong the sect is, Heavenly Tao will intervene when I prove the Tao, preventing me from becoming an eternal? Asked Yu Yan, who quickly put many things together. Wang Wei secretly gave her a thumbs up. Although they have been worried about the balance mechanism for a long time, the focus has always been on Li Jun and Yan Liling. Exactly. But, what does this have to do with you not helping the clan? I need to do some trickery to ensure nothing happens to you, explained Wang Wei. The first step of my plan is to release news that you had a fallout with the upper echelons of the sect. You will have to leave and return to the Yu clan. Dad can visit, but you cannot easily return to the sect. I will use Deception Dao to deceive true Heavenly Dao the rumors were true, preventing it from interfering with your ascension since you no longer have any connections to the sect and can even be considered to be enemies. Yu Yan pondered briefly, this might work. However, will there be negative repercussions after I prove the Dao? There will, answered Wang Wei. As such, you need to remain extremely low-key during this generation, not intervening in the slightest. You and father can do whatever you please in the next generation, but not now. Why can she act in the next generation? By that time, I would have strengthened other factions and the world to the point that Heavenly Tao should reduce the restrictions on us, replied Wang Wei. I see. However, for this plan to work, Yenner cannot tell the upper echelons of the Yu clan. As such, they should not see you in a positive light. I can bear this little infamy, shrugged Wang Wei. He did not care about such an insignificant thing. There should be no issue in telling them some things after I prove the Tao, added Yu Yan, who could not bear the thought of her clan members hating her son. Do as you please. But make sure they keep their mouths shut and not ruin everything, replied Wang Wei. He did not want anything to ruin his well-crafted plan. Yu Yan nodded. When do I need to leave? There is no rush. We still have plenty of time before we start gathering merit for you. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know at report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 905. After the dinner, Wang Wei checked on the rest of his family. His grandfather was in retreat, studying his Fate Transcending Sutra, and learning from it. According to him, he wanted to do whatever was necessary to prepare for his battle against Emperor Nine Sons. Li Jun and Yan Liling were in a similar state, in retreat to prepare for their moment. Wang Ju was in the process of becoming a Dao ancestor. The Lord's Shadow technique allowed Wang Wei to condense a unique Dao seed for her. Furthermore, Wang Wei gave her a few branches from the world tree to stabilize her inner world. Tai Gang was relaxing, waiting for his time to become Dao ancestor and serve Wang Wei one last time. Then, it's time for him to reincarnate. After checking on everyone, he returned to the court to also cultivate. He ignored the chaos in the Western continent. Furthermore, this was technically his first retreat since proving the Dao. Wang Wei clenched his hand inside the room, feeling the power in his vain frowny face. 31 Infant Fiend God Force. He only needed 9 more to reach the level where he could fight a third-class emperor with his physical prowess alone. I've experienced 2 Grand Dao Source Baptism, and the increase is still so small, complained Wang Wei. During the final battle, he only had 21 Infant Fiend God Force, so an increase of 10. Of course, Wang Wei knew the reason for such a small increase was due to the fact he was in the Infant Fiend God realm and not the Primordial Dragon realm. Wang Wei shook his head, redirecting his focus elsewhere. He reinforced the array in the cultivation room. I have a rough idea of how strong I am, but now, let's get the exact date. The room suddenly changed as 10 palaces of majestic and noble aura manifested. Anyone who laid eyes on them would be drawn, thinking the answers to all life's secrets, to their fate, were somewhere in these palaces. Interesting. My awakening is the form of my fate palaces, thought Wang Wei before checking his current strength. 35% Grand Dao Source, an increase of 10%. An emperor's Dao body is a manifestation of his foundation before proving the Dao. The awakening is a display of that foundation for battle. So, since Wang Wei achieved 10 Supremacy Foundation, he received a 10% Grand Dao boost. Next, let's try adding the soul. A terrifying soul power originated from his sea consciousness manifested, adding to his already immense strength. After the soul power appeared, Wang Wei's strength oddly did not increase, remaining the same at 35%. However, he was not surprised. Cultivating and battling in the Emperor realm is odd. Although percentage is used to determine power and realm, the strength increase of 1% is exponential. As such, there is a vast difference in strength between 4 and 5% Grand Dao Source, and the same for 69 and 70%. The higher the percentage, the larger the difference. Because of the vast difference, boosts for emperors logically do not make sense. For example, Wang Wei's current strength of 35%, because of the vast difference between 35 and 36%, even if his soul gave a 10% boost in stats, it should not increase his battle prowess. The answers to these questions are one of the mechanisms for the Emperor tiers. Some techniques can only boost Emperor's basic stats, allowing them to battle opponents of the same strength or percentage. However, another technique called the Source technique grants Grand Dao boosts, allowing them to fight above their percentage. One example of a Source technique is Wang Wei's force control skill. The battle mechanism for emperors still has many logical flaws. The Grand Dao boosts should not stack. Wang Wei's awakening and innate paragon soul should not combine to give him a 20% Grand Dao boost since the difference between each percentage is so large. Theoretically speaking, it should be like he can use his awakening to fight an opponent with 35% Grand Dao boost. Then, after the technique ran out, he exchanged his innate paragon soul, similar to using card slots. It was the same for his other Grand Dao boosts. However, Wang Wei could stack his boosts. He only needed to use his Dao imprint as the medium, allowing his grand Dao boosts to stack, ignoring the exponential difference between each percentage. Wang Wei activated his Dao imprint, and his strength reached 45% grand Dao source. Without hesitation, he added another boost to his physical body. However, he soon frowned, realizing he only received a 2% boost. I see. She took into account I would cultivate into the lower dimension, and my physical body would reach 40 Fiend God force. Wang Wei did not mind the low boost. Of all his boosters, his soul and body were the ones with the most potential. Subsequently, he activated his Dao Will, granting him a boost of 3%. The Dao Will has more potential than that, thought Wang Wei. In a dangerous situation, the boost of the Dao Will can reach 5% if pushed to an extreme, but the backlash will also be terrible even for an eternal emperor. Wang Wei's current strength reached 50%. So, he summoned his willpower manifestation, achieving another grand Dao boost of 10. I think you should take a look at this novel. Is this the strength of 60% grand Dao source? I can easily destroy dozens, if not more, world communities with one attack. This thought was scary. Each world community contained millions of worlds, yet he could destroy all life and matter in these places with a wave of his hand. But it's not over, said Wang Wei as he summoned his Proving Dao artifact, his power reaching 65%. I feel a little unstable. Wang Wei was very sensitive and discovered his stacking ability from his Dao imprint showed signs of instability. I should probably take time to study the imprint and discover the secrets of this stacking, he commented before continuing. He activated his source technique force control skill. His power reached 67% grand Dao source. Without the level of heavenly Dao control, the boost is only 2%. Doesn't matter, it should be completed soon. One of the reasons he captured heavenly Dao and forced it into a human body was to better observe how it operates and controls laws. So, his force control skill will soon succeed. However, I have a feeling, even if it's completed, my strength will only reach 69%, not reaching the level of Empyrean. He knew his feelings were true. In the future, even after his base's strength of 25% increases, it will be difficult to cross the 70% of Empyrean. There should be many reasons for this. The first one is the vast difference between tier 11 and 10 in the Emperor path. The second and main one should be the restrictions on the lower dimension. True heavenly Dao does not even allow Dao rulers to appear, let alone an Empyrean even if it is just battle prowess. Wang Wei frowned as he realized he would need to hide his strength and not display all of it. Otherwise, true heavenly Dao might immediately exile him into the upper dimension. Well, it doesn't matter much. I should be invincible in the lower dimension. It's a shame I cannot immediately slaughter Old Man Nether. Wang Wei considered two people in the lower dimension to be his true enemy, Old Man Nether and the possibility of Death Reverence showing up as he destroyed the corpse-selling sect. No, a third possible enemy is the old gods behind Launching and the Abyss Gap. Something unexpected might come from that weird locale. Okay, let's use the 300 years to cultivate the body, thought Wang Wei as he waved his hand to change the time ratio between his room and the outside. Then, he took the immortal tier level of the ancient desolate body refining scripture to read and analyze. While he was in retreat, the outside world was in a semi-turbulent state. A terrifying slaughter took place in the western continent. Large-scale emperor wars took place as these devil cultivators slaughtered each other. Feng Heng, who did not want to intervene, had to because the fights began to involve mortals, so he had to take action to save them. In the eastern continent, the top emperor lineages went to put pressure on the ancient clan. They had a disagreement, but no one fought yet. However, the knowledgeable ones knew it was only a matter of time before the sword-casting villa intervened. By then, things will become more complicated. In the southern continent, everything seemed fine as Su Shi did things in a more diplomatic way. However, news of what happened to the Origin Rune Palace was leaked. The news was shocking at first, but no one truly cared until they learned Wu Ming began to live in the Heavenly Court. Some factions began to worry about the overwhelming advantage the latter would have after using the excellent cultivation state of the court. As such, some people began to be tempted, wondering whether they should also join. In the northern continent, Aoshin was low-key after his victory. He used the time when people's eyes were focused on the west to revive the demon race as much as possible. Furthermore, he is also trying to find a way to become an emperor. Typically, he would not have such a thought and was ready to reincarnate. However, after seeing the anomaly of this generation, he believed there might be a way for him. The sea race was also low-key despite the grievances they felt. As such, no one knew whether they were truly laying low or biding their time for something else. The gears of the world turned, waiting for the second court meeting. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know at report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 906, Warning, Body Horror. Wang Wei held the ancient desolate body refining scripture, reading the Immortal tier sections. Although he has read it dozens of times, he now understands this technique more deeply after achieving his current strength. No wonder Desolate One could not cultivate it to the highest level, he commented. According to his calculations, this technique can be cultivated to the 6-star pre-March level or eternal level strength, corresponding to 70 infant fiend god force. However, the latter part of this technique requires too many resources, and some aspects are too theoretical and not very applicable. Should I immediately change to the 12 fiend god revolution? Thought Wang Wei, who discovered another flaw of this technique: it no longer perfectly fit. The Immortal level had two parts, soul modification and primordial god veins. Soul modification is to refine a unique emperor's soul called Desolate Soul. Finally, fuse the soul and the body, elevating it to a higher level. However, Wang Wei cannot acquire the Desolate Emperor's soul since his innate Paragon soul is of higher quality. Finally, his soul and body are already linked through his spirit particles. Although I cannot use the soul modification, I can learn from it, analyzed Wang Wei. I can create a way to transform spirit into essence, using my soul to nourish my body. This method was the best path for him to use his potent soul energy to temper his fleshly body. As for the primordial god veins, they are worth cultivating, thought Wang Wei. This technique requires condensing a unique energy or power vein in the body, gifting the flesh with immense speed, defense, strength, resilience, and even divine abilities. The only downside is the amount of resources needed to condense each vein. Furthermore, the number of veins is theoretically infinite. Once I acquire my human fiend god bloodline, I can change these primordial god veins into fiend god veins, making them more powerful, commented Wang Wei, whose eyes lit up. He also plans to renovate this technique, making it more on par with the state of the lower dimension. Wang Wei remembered Yin Zhen's obsession with having the best body refining technique. Although Wang Wei did not focus too much on such a thing, he still wanted his sect to have the advantage. He already innovated the technique in the mortal realm by adding the black hole acupoints aspect, so let's do the same for the immortal realm. I will need to get some unique resources before I cultivate. Before then, let's pass the second flesh tribulation. He closed the book and removed his clothes. His ancestor, the Ancient Desolate, did not tell him much information about the tribulations of the true power Tao realm. However, he gave him some precautions and advice. The latter told him to make sure to remove his clothes and all other items on him when passing the second trial. Wang Wei still remembered the fear that flashed in that man's eyes as he gave him that advice. At that time, he wondered what made such a paragon behave in such a manner. So, he asked his wife, and she only told him he was lucky to have elders to watch out for him. Furthermore, she had the same fear flashed in her eyes. Since then, Wang Wei has been curious, what kind of trial Grand Tao made that even traumatized all these paragons? Well, today, he was about to find out. So, he removed his clothes, his space ring, and the ornament holding his long hair. Then, based on his ancestors' advice, he laid flat on the floor. According to the latter, this position was the most ideal for passing the test, better than sitting in the lotus position. Finally, Wang Wei summoned the test. He sensed a terrifying will or power descended on him. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down. After a few seconds, his body metallized, rapidly turning into metals. According to the information in his head, he only needed to control his body and prevent this process. Wang Wei had great control over his body, so such a test did not affect him much. Although the unknown power metallizing his body resisted, it was futile. As such, after more than an hour, he passed the first part of the test. Then, he received a confirmation on whether to continue or postpone the second part. Ancient Desolate told him there were no rewards for passing the tests together. However, he told him the hardest part was the third part, but the scariest part was the second one. He told Wang Wei he could take some time to prepare for the second test. Wang Wei did not hesitate to continue. Immediately, something terrible happened, something horrifying. A large tongue of more than 40 centimeters grew out of his forehead. However, this was just the beginning. All his luscious silver-gray hair turned into more than 100 tongues. An immense fear overwhelmed Wang Wei's mind as he noticed the anomaly of his body. He knew these changes were not an illusion but his body mutating. He would turn into an abominable monster if he did not do something. Wang Wei tried not to panic, but the fear in his mind seemed to have been boosted by an unknown power. I think you should take a look at Snovel. As such, with each passing second, the fear of becoming an unrecognizable and uncontrollable monster overwhelmed his spirit. So, he had to mobilize his willpower to overcome the fear. Then, he concentrated. This test is basically about control and overcoming fear. I need absolute control over my body to prevent my cells from mutating and splitting faster than cancerous cells. Control was his expertise. As such, after overcoming the fear, Wang Wei controlled his body, changing the tongues in his body back to their former parts. Afterward, he focused on the second mutation already appearing in his body eyes. He had thousands of eyes scattered all over his upper and lower torso. Some of which manifested in places they had absolutely no business in being there. He used subtle manipulation of his body to close these eyes. However, as soon as he turned a part of his body back to normal, another part had one or a pair of eyes. Without hesitation, he accelerated his speed and controlled his entire body. Wang Wei used all spirit particles connected to multiple cells in his body to ensure no mutation occurred. Alas, his method proved futile. The higher power controlling this test told him it was not over. A strange and vile liquid began to squirt from his ears, followed by his nose. Was it bile, vomit, blood, an unknown fluid of the body, or a combination of everything? He did not have an answer because the stench of that liquid exponentially increased the fear in his mind. Luckily, he reacted swiftly and controlled his mouth. Otherwise, this test would have surely scared him to death. Wang Wei focused as he knew something internally must have been disrupted for his body to have such a mutation. So, he swiftly found it and fixed the issue. Alas, the horror was not finished. The mutation suddenly accelerated as if someone had given it steroids. In less than a second, he turned into a flesh monster. His body grew to more than 5 meters tall. He was so fat that he probably weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. His internal organs were not where they were supposed to be. Some of his bone overgrew, breaking his skin. His eyes seemed to be at the bottom of his body instead of the top, and his muscles turned into fat or some substance of the same ability, and his blood vessels were on the outside, turning his body red. The previous suave and handsome heavenly emperor was gone, replaced by a horrifying flesh creature. Wang Wei's eyes flashed with great fear somewhere south of his body. He wanted to bite his tongue and use pain to confront the fear. However, ironically, he did not even know whether he had teeth or a tongue. Wang Wei's focus reached the pinnacle as he pushed his force control skill to the limit. He slowly and methodically changed his body into the previous self. Immediately afterward, he condensed a mirror as he caressed his handsome face. Wang Wei never considered himself narcissistic despite his heavenly handsome face. However, the horror of his previous body was simply too much. Do I want to continue? For the first time, he hesitated. Since when have I ever been fearful? He sneered before continuing. The next stage of the test was easier for him. His body turned into a dragon, and he had to return to his human form. Wang Wei understood if the previous test only reached the limit of controlling cells, this one was a control of genes or bloodline. As such, after transforming into a dragon, he ignored the intense voice in his head that told him he was a dragon and should remain as such, controlling his body to return to his former self. So, this is also a test of the self, commented Wang Wei. If he had lost himself and believed he was a dragon, he would have failed the test and died. After his successful transformation, the third part of the test was not finished. Wang Wei's body rapidly disintegrated into trillions upon trillions of atoms or particles. As he watched his body disperse, the fear of death overwhelmed him. Wang Wei knew he would truly die if he failed the test, and even his control over his existence could not help him. So, he hurriedly controlled these atoms that make up his body and reassembled them one by one, particle by particle. This part of the test was easier for him because of the force control skill, so he only needed to focus on passing the spiritual aspect, which was not easy. Each test is designed based on an individual's level of willpower, so Wang Wei's tests could be called nightmare-level difficult for anyone else. This tribulation aims to push every body refiner beyond their limits, tempering their flesh, will, control, and spirit. Only after meeting these requirements could they become entities on par with paragons, who controlled the Grand Tao source. Phew, this nightmare was over, muttered Wang Wei, who finally understood why he was told to remove his clothes and jewelry. If these things remained, they could have fused with his flesh and become part of the mutation. No wonder these two felt so much fear. This tribulation was truly traumatizing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know at report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Wang Wei closed his eyes, adjusting his state. He overviewed all his knowledge about essence, spirit, and qi, and combined them with the immortal part of the ancient desolate body refining scripture. In a short period, he created a method of transforming spirit into essence. He even went further and created a method of transforming qi into essence. Unfortunately, his current body requires an extremely high level of qi or energy to have the slightest effect. Regardless, Wang Wei already planned a trip to the source qi space, so maybe he could find something useful to him. After succeeding, he gathered a large amount of his soul energy and transformed it into a power that tempered his body. In the process, Wang Wei furthered the connection between his soul and body. Previously, he only had 269 trillion spirit particles, but his body contained more cells than that. Now, he ensured all his cells had a trace of his soul energy. Time passed, and Wang Wei continued his cultivation. Crack. Rho alpha n d alpha s nu omicron v epsilon l omicron m. At one point, the sound of bones cracking and his muscles snapping like a whip echoed in the room. Finally reached 40 infant fiend god force, commented Wang Wei. The amount of energy this took does not seem to be worth it. Wang Wei knew how valuable soul energy was. One of the many barriers preventing people from becoming paragons is their souls cannot reach the quality and quantity required. However, he did not have this problem. Before reaching the peak of the Empyrean realm, he had already met the soul and luck requirements. He had faith in himself to reach the Grand Tao source requirement, so he only needed to learn the other requirements and prepare for them while in the Empyrean realm. As such, Wang Wei did not want to squander his soul energy. According to his calculations, he might even have enough reserve to reach the peak of the Paragon realm, so there is no point in sacrificing his bright future for a quick improvement in the true power Tao realm, especially when he has other options. I can use my soul as an auxiliary aid for my flesh but not directly improve it, concluded Wang Wei. After making a decision, Wang Wei did not waste time and condensed his first primordial god vein. The process took some time since it was his first one. But soon enough, a new energy system was added to his fleshly body by condensing a special vein. Wang Wei clenched his fist and felt a small increase in power. Although he still had 40 fiend god force, his power did increase. These veins can increase strength, defense, speed, stamina, and other stats. They have potential. However, the method of condensing them is very limited. Wang Wei felt the consent of primordial veins was brilliant and gave his ancestors the credit he deserved. However, he did not like the method used to condense them. I would love to see the updated version after Ancient Desolate became paragons. Well, that's assuming he did not change to another technique. Wang Wei felt it was unlikely since the Ancient Desolate used the body refining scripture as his emperor scripture. I have been considering upgrading the zodiac techniques to keep up with my current state and realm. I can condense them into special primordial god veins, elevating their powers. Furthermore, when I turn these veins into fiend god veins, they will experience a second baptism and sublimation. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he thought of a way to improve the Ancient Desolate body refining scripture, condensing unique veins. The Ancient Desolate Emperor seems a little too obsessed or focused on the desolate concept of this technique. So, it requires desolate energy to condense a desolate emperor's soul or primordial god vein. However, I can add variety to this technique. Stars are already a part of it, so I can condense God's veins based on the zodiacs and the constellations. I can condense God veins from other innate demon gods. For example, if I get Aoshan's blood, I can condense a Chaos Dragon vein. I could get some primordial energy from Su Shi and condense primordial veins, Golden Buddha vein from Fengheng, and 5 sacred beasts from Huafeng Huang. The possibility for this technique was endless. Ha ha ha, I'm truly an unparalleled genius, thought Wang Wei with a smirk. Now, how do I get these things from these people? He could secretly steal them with his ability, and no one would notice. He could directly ask, and few would resist. No, I can use these things in the next court meeting to establish a better precedent of communication, fair trading, and improvement for everyone. Wang Wei patted himself on the back, thinking how he was such a dedicated heavenly emperor. Everything he does is for the betterment of the world and the prosperity of his new era. Well, I still need some resources. Wang Wei disappeared from his room and appeared outside one of the forbidden lands, the Blood Earth. Without hesitation, he entered. I think you should take a look at Snovel. The world around him changed, the sky was dark, and the earth was dyed red. He saw countless creatures that seemed composed entirely of blood. Are those the blood Azura? With one look, he knew these creatures had nothing to do with the Azura race. He calmly watched as a few people remained in this place's periphery, fighting these creatures for opportunity. A few cultivators had blood-related techniques and would absorb these creatures. Simultaneously, these cultivators became the nutrients of the blood Azura once they were killed. I remember my mother and father were stuck in this place and almost died. With my father's strength, such a place would not be much of a threat to him unless he entered in the early stages of cultivation. Someone must have schemed against him. Wang Wei took a moment and used his time Dao to see that past event. As expected, something abnormal occurred. This place was not very welcoming of the Wang clan bloodline, so these creatures became mad as soon as they saw him and chose to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Everything is connected, sighed Edward. Their ancestors stole something from this place. Billions of years later, his father and mother fell in love while fighting desperately in this place. If not for what the ancient desolate emperor did, maybe he would not be born today. Fate is truly a wonderful yet scary thing. Wang Wei shook his head before entering the core area of this forbidden place. He entered another dimension and found himself in a large hole. He first noticed traces of writing on the walls and ceiling. However, someone or something removed whatever was recorded. The second thing he noticed was two large blood pools on each side of the hole. He was not surprised by their appearance. He already knew the blood azuras existed to gather blood, soul, and energy for the owner of this place. That's why the outer area is not as dangerous as the core and would open once in a while. It's also why there are many rare opportunities for cultivators in this place, and many emperor lineages will treat its opening as a secret realm. Wang Wei walked to the end of the hall, where he saw a colossal creature sitting on a throne with a small bead releasing energy into his body. The towering creature looked humanoid except for his red skin and shining lights in his chest that resembled stars, claws, and horns. The primordial god opened his enormous mouth to swallow the small bead, stopping his recuperation. He opened his eyes with the plan to call Wang Wei a thief's descendant. However, he stopped before a look of horror appeared on his face. You've actually achieved the legendary tenfold battle realm. Tenfold battle realm. The primordial god had a look of contempt on his face. His expression basically told Wang Wei he was an ignorant boy. However, the latter did not care. The moment the latter said the word, tenfold battle realm, he could have deduced the secret. Better yet, he could use his time Dao to see the infinite possibility of the future and know how this conversation is going to go. Or he could use his fate Dao to know exactly what the latter would say. With his strength and mastery of fate Dao, his conversations could be like this since probably few people in the lower dimension could block his powers. However, Wang Wei knew how such a thing could change or twist his mindset. Conversation even with his friends and family would become pointless since he already knew the final outcome. After living like this for a long time, his mindset would be twisted as he became colder and more indifferent. He would start to believe all sentient beings are poor creatures imprisoned by the shackles of fate. And as one of the few exceptions, he should not associate with these people. As such, he never used his ability in this manner unless necessary. The primordial god soon realized who he was speaking to, so he changed his attitude and answered politely, "There is a 50% difference between eternal emperors and empyreans. Every 5% is one-fold," explained the primordial god. "So, it's a way to determine an emperor's ability to fight above his grade?" "Correct," nodded the giant creature. "In this era, a one-fold battle realm is considered an eternal supreme." "Was it different in your era?" asked Wang Wei, sensing the sneer and mockery from this creature. "Yes. In my time, it requires threefold to bear that tile. Threefold equates to 35% Grand Dao source. The requirement is indeed higher than the current 25%. What was the highest record of your time?" "Sixfold," replied the primordial god, lost in his memories. No one believed a higher level could be achieved. Even the percent who achieved such a result had extenuating circumstances. "I see," nodded Wang Wei. "Your era was truly glorious despite being drought with war and conflict. However, it will still pale in comparison to mine." The primordial god did not comment on this statement. All he cared about was how to deal with the current situation. His previous plans were useless before a tenfold battle realm. His mission was on the verge of succeeding, so he did not want to die yet. Chapter 9-10, Wang Zhu's fate. Primordial desolate sighed, resigning to his fate. Then, without hesitation, he plunged his left hand into his chest and dug it out. He left a few blood essence in the heart before handing it over. His aura drastically diminished, and his red face appeared somewhere purple. The shining stars in his chest diminished as if they had lost their luster. Wang Wei held the heart in his hand, feeling the immense energy inside. Then, he felt bored. The Forbidden Lands were once feared, and renowned places used as cautionary tales even for great emperors. When he started his cultivation journey, one of his main ambitions and goals was to deal with them. However, after basically bullying Primordial Desolate, he felt things were lackluster. This primordial god's power should be between 40 to 45% Grand Dao source, so he should have made a great challenge. Unfortunately, he could destroy the latter with one finger. There is no point in feeling this way. I have today's success not because of a certain innate talent but due to years of hard work, dedication, planning, and a little bit of luck. Wang Wei no longer focused on such a thought. He placed the heart away before focusing on Primordial Desolate. He wondered what position to grant him in the council. His first thought was to make him a divine general. However, he gave up that idea since the latter had no troops under his banner. Furthermore, it was not wise to immediately force the revived innate demon gods to work for the court. He will give them some time to adapt and learn of the situation. Then, he will try to incorporate them into the court system. Anyways, I can still use Primordial Desolate as a thug, thought Wang Wei. In that case, I could try granting him one of the artificial god positions. Wang Wei has been contemplating the creation of artificial god positions inspired by Western mythology from Earth, like the god of blacksmith. The blacksmithing concept does not involve heavenly Tao, so no world source is involved. Blacksmithing falls in the category of the god of earth and the god of metal, revolving around the metal or ores used for the process. Finally, the god of flame is also involved. However, Wang Wei wanted to try something new by creating the blacksmith god position. His idea is that this god would use its power to reduce the resources required to train a blacksmith. Whether it's mortal blacksmithing or cultivator's artifact refining, countless resources are used to train a qualified weapon maker. If the blacksmith god could bless these people's refining process and reduce the resources needed, then Heavenly Tao could save more world source reserves. Additionally, the luck of this era can increase with the development of civilization. A position like blacksmith god can allow mortal metallurgy and technology to develop, thus increasing the prosperity and destiny of the entire myriad emperor world. If this plan works, I can create highly sought-after positions like the god of alchemy, array, talisman, and weapon refiner. The training of any of these professions requires an exuberant number of resources. However, with these divine positions, Wang Wei will walk the path of resource preservation and management. Although the world will not lack resources after he reverts the environment to innate, it's still a worthwhile effort to prevent wastage and better management. Since the plan is ready, let's try it out. The conferred god list appeared in his hand, and he used his power to modify this unique artifact. From now on, you will be the god of blacksmith, declared Wang Wei. However, Primordial Desolate was confused as he did not understand this weird position. He had heard of the court and the god positions. Although he was not clear on the details since he was not part of the meeting, he was still knowledgeable about the subject. However, he was genuinely confused about this odd position. Alas, Wang Wei did not explain to him but waved his hand to teleport his primordial god to a place in the court where he could rapidly recuperate. He ensured to give him one of the best spots so he could heal faster. Such high-level and rare resources must be treated with care. Subsequently, he focused on the blood earth, thinking about how to deal with it. This place would make a great trial for the sect, he thought. As long as he sealed one of Primordial Desolate's hearts into this place and surrounded it with a formation that provides it with energy, more blood azura can continue to be born. Then, the sect's disciples can kill these creatures and absorb the energy they release, tempering their bodies. This place will become a haven for body refiners while regular disciples can use it to temper their bodies during the body refining and divine body realm. This place could even give birth to immortal tier blood azura, allowing more ancestors to temper their bodies. A few more insurgents could be born from it. He nodded in satisfaction with this idea. So, he activated his space Grand Tao source to move the entire Blood Earth back to the sect. From now on, the second forbidden land of the Myriad Emperor world was gone after the Western Pure Bliss land. The world took notice of this change and did not take long to guess who acted. Factions with eternal battle prowess began to ask their representative whether they could also deal with the being inside this place. They received different answers and acted based on these answers. However, none of this mattered to Wang Wei, who returned to his cultivation. He absorbed the primordial god's heart to condense more veins, drastically increasing his fleshly body. 47 Infant Fiend God Force, muttered Wang Wei as he clenched his hand and felt the veins inside his body. Better than I anticipated. He was satisfied with this retreat. Although the heart will slowly have no effect on him, he can use other resources to refine a pill with the heart as the core material. By then, he can continue to enjoy the benefits. Wang Wei then checked outside. There are still 10 years before the second meeting. Wang Ju is out. He closed the array in his room and summoned her. Swish! A woman dressed in black appears in the room, kneeling on one knee. Sect Master. Get up, nodded Wang Wei. How is the result? As you expected, my base strength is on par with an Eternal Emperor. However, I can enter a state I called Fate Battle Mode, where I can borrow more of your power. Oh, how strong can you reach? 35% Grand Tao Source for a short duration, 40% if I go all out with severe backlash, and 50% if I sacrifice my life. As Wang Ju said these words, the awe in her heart was indescribable. She knows she did not inherit the full strength of the sect master, yet she was so powerful. The strength is not bad, he thought as he gazed at her inner world. It contained a unique seed at its core emanating his fate power. The power can perfectly blend with Wang Ju's shadow Dao. From now on, you will be the guardian of the sect. Yes. You seem hesitant. You don't want to? Asked Wang Wei. That's not it, I was just hoping to continue following you in the upper dimension, replied Wang Ju. Wang Wei looked at her before looking in the distance. It saddens me to say, but you can no longer keep up with my step. Wang Ju's eyes dimmed. Maybe in the future, when I have established a foundation and reached the level where I have fewer restrictions, I will summon you to serve at my side. However, now, you have to protect the sect for me. Wang Wei was not just saying these words to appease her. He has a feeling that people he can trust will become extremely valuable to him in the future. As such, he will not abandon Wang Ju because she is weak. However, it will be a while before they can reunite after he ascends. I know you're not a fan of the name Shadow 3, you can take the name Fate Shadow 1. Thank you. You should know of your next mission. Yes. I will spread the Fate Shadow Guards to as many world communities as possible in the shortest time possible. With your current strength, there should be no problem. But even if there is, you only need to mutter my name, and I will come to your aid. Wang Wei's warning was superfluous. They had a deep karmic connection, so he would immediately know if she was in danger. I will keep that in mind, replied Wang Ju, who felt relief after hearing these words. She took out a talisman and handed it to Wang Wei. This is my replacement at the headquarters while I am away. You can ask him for anything, he's very qualified. Wang Wei checked the information, and a slight surprise flashed in his eyes. He knew this person, the little assassin he met with the innate space technique. If he remembered correctly, his name was Zhang Jing. The latter left his post in the Shadow Slayer Temple after helping the Fate Shadow Guards from better infiltrating the place. Then, he entered the headquarters and rapidly climbed the ladder until Wang Ju recognized his talent and ability. It's a shame, thought Wang Wei. He felt it would have been better if the little assassin had a protagonist template or destiny and his sister was an unparalleled genius. Well, I trust in your judgment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 9-11, Wang Wei watched Wang Ju leaving and walked out of the cultivation room. He stretched his body while sniffing the clean air full of innate qi. I need to visit the source qi space, muttered Wang Wei before checking the world. The chaos everywhere had ended, and everyone was preparing for the second court meeting. He focused his eyes on the western continent. Currently, the weakest emperor lineage in the west had at least 3 great emperors, and they were the faction with 3 outstanding emperors. All the others were destroyed in the cleanup, reducing the population of devil cultivators in the west by more than 80%. The survivors suffered a tremendous blow in the process of destroying so many factions. As Wang Wei watched the war, many thoughts flashed in his mind, mainly about the balance mechanism of the world. The Myriad Emperor world has a history that spawns countless Yuan epics. Yet, the Dao Opening sect was the first sect to cultivate 10 great emperors in that long period. A cultivation generation is between 3 to 5 million years. If an emperor spends much time in the lower dimension, the generation will not last longer than 10 million years. With such a long time span, the number of emperors cultivated since the beginning emperor era is astonishing. Removing anything that happened before the Null era, it seems statistically impossible that the top emperor lineages have such a small number of great emperors, especially since they controlled most of the world's resources and the best cultivation technique. So, how do we explain this anomaly? Is it because of the 9 emperor curse? It does play a part. Before the Dao Opening sect, other factions cultivated 9 emperors: Chaos Ruler sect, Amitabha Temple, the Jin clan, and a few others. These factions were wiped out by the cruelty of time and because of the balance mechanism. However, the 9 emperor curse is not enough to explain this phenomenon. The truth of the matter is Heavenly Dao will distribute most of the luck and destiny of a generation to the countless supreme, holy, and law lands. In most generations, the emperor will be someone similar to Emperor 9 sons of Wang Chang's generation. The result of this action is there are many scattered emperor lineages with 1 or 2 great emperors. Sadly, the fate of these factions is terrible. The upper echelon factions like the Dao Opening sect, the Emperor Enlightening Academy, the Tai Profound Gate, and all the others will secretly destroy these weak factions to steal their luck, resources, and foundation. Their actions are a way to preserve their faction's superiority while also fighting against the balance mechanism. Wang Wei exhaled as he felt his understanding of heaven and earth deepened. Then, he focused on watching how the war in the West proceeded. These weak emperor lineages were ruthless and did not want to behave like pigs waiting to be slaughtered. They formed an alliance, resisting their destruction at all costs. These devil cultivators would have suffered even more if not for Feng Hing's aid. As for why he intervened and helped these devil cultivators? It's because the battle was getting out of hand, forcing him to use way too much power to heal the space. Additionally, the war affected mortals, so he wanted it to end as swiftly as possible. Of course, despite his intervention, Feng Hing was smart enough not to touch the merit the devil cultivators prepared as an offering for the Heavenly Emperor. You were smart enough not to touch what's mine, but some people do not have this wisdom, muttered Wang Wei with a sneer. He snorted, his booming voice echoing in every cultivator's mind, followed by a dozen individual screams. In an instant, myriad cultivators, including a few insurgents, died in different factions in the western continent. Wang Wei did not blame the remaining people for the faults of a few. He accomplished his goal of dealing with the devil cultivators without even lifting a finger himself. Now, the remaining devil cultivators have restrained themselves while also becoming great thugs under his court. The Western Bliss sect restrained the D clan, preventing their power from drastically increasing after the cleanup. So, he is more than satisfied with the final outcome. Feng Heng has been a very cooperative ally. Should I give him more benefit or reward? Thought Wang Wei before shaking his head. During the opening of the Western Bliss sect, he sent a clone and gave the latter an excellent gift. So, there is no need for that now. Wang Wei looked at one of the rooms in the court, which was filled with golden spots. With the devil cultivator's merit, it should be enough for another 5% increase. Wang Wei smiled in satisfaction. This is why he created the court. Although it will become harder to increase his cultivation, he can breeze through the early stages of the Emperor realm. Wang Wei then checked his 2 legions, Blood Saber and Totem Legion. Their training was going well. They improved dramatically with the luck blessing of the court. I need to refine a Dao Soar seed for Tai Gang as soon as possible so he can start training the Undying Legion. As for Li Jun's Slaughter Legion, they have their own purpose to train for. Wang Wei had many things to do, including cultivating new Dao ancestors and immortal venerables for the sect. However, he also wanted to see if he could create better ones after his cultivation and battle prowess crossed into the Empyrean level. After finishing his checkup, Wang Wei walked into the central area of the court. He entered a special and very restricted area, gazing at an old man dressed like a beggar sitting cross-legged in the room. After his arrival, the beggar opened his indifferent eyes. How is it? Are you satisfied with this power? More than satisfied, replied the beggar calmly. If not for your actions, would never have an opportunity to practice Heaven Dao to such a height. I'm sensing you have questions, said Wang Wei as he sat before the beggar. Why don't you begin by introducing yourself? I've known for so long but still don't know your name. People in my generation called me Old Man Tianji. Wang Wei gave him a weird look. The name, Old Man Tianji, is often used in novels about his past life for people who are good at divination and calculating heaven's secrets. Maybe this name has some other mystery. So, what do you want to ask? Why did you fuse Heavenly Dao into my body? Your court does not need Heavenly Dao to have a carrier to function normally. There are many reasons I chose this method, explained Wang Wei. Firstly, I wanted to see how a Heavenly Dao would control laws via a human proxy. It's a great learning opportunity. Secondly, according to my calculations, Heavenly Dao will be easier to control, manipulate, and restrict in this form. Finally, I felt Heavenly Dao was too rigid when doing certain things. Sometimes, it needs a certain humanity or ingenuity in its actions. However, it's incapable of doing so, so I give it this ability. His hope was for Heavenly Dao to have a small balance of humanity and ingenuity while keeping its core essence as a program, in other words, a true artificial intelligence. Are you afraid it will acquire sentience? Asked Old Man Tianji. I don't, replied Wang Wei. And you know why. Just like the absolute beginning magic, the Sword Empress left a powerful sword power in the lower dimension that especially targeted Heavenly Daos, preventing them from gaining sentience. The name of her scripture is Heaven Slashing Sutra, and she fulfilled its title. I know you're strong, but I still wish to warn you, said Old Man Tianji, his facial expression as blank as a white piece of paper. The Heavenly Emperor karmic position is one of the highest secrets of heaven and earth. Your actions of blatantly stealing it and revealing it might have consequences. Wang Wei knew what he meant. The Heavenly Emperor karmic position existed as a last resort mechanism. Once a world faces true catastrophe, Heavenly Dao will manifest the position as a last attempt to protect the world. The 3 karmic positions existed for a specific situation. The Heavenly Emperor will appear when the laws of heaven and earth are affected, if they are incomplete, destroyed, or infected. Then, it's the job of the emperor to return things to the way they were. The human emperor will appear when the protagonists of heaven and earth, whatever the race or civilization, are threatened and on the verge of extinction. Finally, the earth emperor will show up when samsara is affected, and the yin-yang balance of the world is tilted to the yin side. There might indeed be some consequences, but not as severe as you said. Wang Wei discussed with Heavenly Tao before taking the position. However, his revealing the information to Muley is indeed considered a crime. Furthermore, more people will know about this secret once he starts to expand to other world communities. However, he renovated the Heaven Emperor position and made it better. The entire situation of the conferred God list and conserving world source is all his idea. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know at report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 9:12. Above primordial chaos, Terminus Haven, the adjudicator of fate sat on a round table with 5 unfilled spots. He looked in the distance, a little distracted. His short gray hair was slightly longer than the last time Wang Wei saw him, however, it was still compared to Cultivator's usual long hair. The place he waited was odd. Everything was all white except for countless dots and lines that kept moving like small worms. At the center of this chaotic space was a purple palace that appeared magnificent on the outside but contained one room bathed in gold and white. While waiting patiently, the adjudicator kept tapping his hand on the table. "Fate, fate, fate," roared someone, finally catching the adjudicator's attention. "Oh, you guys are here. Why are you so distracted?" asked the judge of chaos, a woman with light purple skin, long black hair, a floral black dress, glowing eyes, and a crown. "What's your purpose for asking for the meeting?" asked the magistrate of heaven, a burly man with no shirt, white pants, and golden rings as bracelets. "Did one of the seeds bring you trouble again?" asked the overseer of samsara, a woman dressed in all white with a black cinnamon bar on her forehead. She exuded a cold aura similar to death. Her voice contained great ridicule, and she did not hide it in the slightest. "What's with you? You seem a little more aggressive than usual," asked the justiciary of time, a humanoid cat dressed in purple. His body contained countless ornaments associated with time. "That bastard is now interfering with my plans," she replied. The others knew who she referred to as soon as she uttered these words. "I haven't heard of a battle," commented the arbitrator of the source chi. She was a woman with black eyes and gold hair. However, her outfit was difficult to describe as most of her body appeared illusory, as if she was nothing but a phantom and did not truly exist. "I think she met his younger self," commented the magistrate of heaven. "In that case, things are getting interesting." The group knew Samsara's plan involved a way to get out of their predicament of being prisoners. Additionally, unlike Fate's actions, which brought him trouble, her actions are legit and did not break Grand Daos rules. "Well, your pawn was his greatest nemesis during his mortal period. Shouldn't you have expected this outcome?" asked Time, calmly licking his palm. His action was the most common action of a feline species, but when he did it, it contained a natural regal and nobility. "You know things should not have turned like this," replied Samsara, not hiding her displeasure. "True. The timeline has been a mess," replied Time. "The lower end of the river should have been set in stone, but now, there are signs of chaos." The cat could not help but sigh. One thing that has always been constant since he had this job was that the past was absolute. But now, he could not say for sure. "Let's focus on the situation," reminded Chaos. "Fate, why did you call this meeting?" Fate sighed. "I recently sensed a subtle fluctuation in the river of fate. According to my predictions, the fate stealers are about to be active." "Are you serious?" asked Samsara. "I thought we dealt a great blow to them." Yes, they should have been greatly injured and recuperating. You and time reassured us that they would no longer be a problem, declared Source Chi. Explain yourself. Everyone's focus shifted to fate and time, their aura scarier than ever. I don't know what's going on, explained Fate. I am more worried than all of you. He knew he was the least likely to survive this catastrophe, so he did not want the Fate Stealers to return. I think I can explain, said the cat, remaining extremely calm despite the situation. Heavenly Book Paragon changed the lower end of the primordial timeline. I'm guessing he took the opportunity to also change some things. Lower end, middle, and upper end, past, present, and future, the 6 of them are creatures that have transcended the shackles of time. As such, they can travel through the river of time to the past, present, and future. However, at some point, they discovered the upper end of the river became blurry before becoming inaccessible to them. With their power, they immediately knew what such an event meant. Someone strong enough either blocks the upper end or something happens to them in the middle, making it so they don't have a future. Bastard, roasted Samsara. If not for you breaking the rules, how would we be in this situation? For a brief moment, the entire chaos universe trembled. Luckily, the place they were located isolated most of the power. I only did what you people did not have the courage to do, replied Fate with a sneer. Furthermore, you know, even if he was not one of my Fate seed, he would still attack us. You've seen the other timelines. But it's a fact you aggravated the situation, countered Samsara, who refused to back down even though she knew he was correct. This is not the time to be fighting, persuaded Chaos. Easy for you to say, you're the least affected in this situation. Chaos looked at Samsara coldly. The latter was correct. No matter the final situation, she has the highest chance of survival. That madman will not destroy primordial chaos and all the chaos worlds, which is her domain. The only way she might suffer is if her favorite children, the fiend gods, might be eradicated by that bastard. You really need to calm down, persuaded Source Chi. Then, she focused on time. How can a little paragon change the primordial timeline? Because someone or something allows it. Grand Tao. Most likely. But why? Whatever is happening at the upper end of the river of time requires such manipulation, replied Time, but his answer showed he was not confident in his analysis. If it wanted to change the primordial timeline, why not do it through us? Asked Chaos. Isn't it obvious? We are no longer reliable, replied Heaven with gritted teeth. His anger reached the pinnacle, especially after knowing that bastard Heavenly Book was involved in the situation. We all know the current situation is the result of a chess game between Grand Tao and someone else, explained Time. Since Grand Tao made its move with Heavenly Book, then the appearance of the Fate Stealers should be the opponent's turn. The room quieted down, the facial expressions of all of them looked terrifying. They did not know who Grand Tao's opponent was, but they had long guessed who it was. However, they refused to admit it was true because of the implications. That bastard is in the same realm as us. How could he be fighting Grand Tao? Said Fate with a desolate voice. He knows he was the only one who has no chance of surviving if that bastard is the one fighting against Grand Tao. So, he did not want to admit Time's analysis. There is no need to panic, said Heaven. We know the future is ever-changing. As long as we do what we are supposed to, we still have hope of changing it. Heaven is correct, nodded Time. Our main goal should be to find one of the time nexuses, kill his young self, and eliminate him for good. That's easier said than done, said Samsara. He's very good at hiding his time nexuses. The last time we tried that, he ambushed us and almost killed Fate and Source Chi. She sneered. We don't even know why he has time nexuses. Without such vital information, we are already at a disadvantage. Beings on their level have transcended time and space, so it should not matter whether their past selves are killed, it's irrelevant to them and has no effect unless very specific means are used by people of the same level or higher. However, that bastard seemed to have such a major flaw that he could easily be killed even by a mortal at specific times in his life. Moreover, these time nexuses will appear once before disappearing forever. According to their calculations, there will soon be a time when the time nexuses will disappear forever. As such, each time they missed one, their chances of eliminating him drastically decreased. Does that matter? Asked Heaven. In a direct confrontation, we are not their opponent. So, we can only rely on this method. Everyone groaned after hearing this. The scariest part about that bastard was not his overwhelming strength or his scary intelligence but his powerful allies that he cultivated. They might be able to deal with him if he were alone, but he has so many thieves in his camp that it's sickening. You guys still haven't talked about how to deal with the Fate Stealers. What else can we do? Let's hunt them down, said Heaven. It's not like they had any other choice. Luckily, Grand Tao will not place any restrictions on them when dealing with that bastard. Do you think we should solicit Heavenly Book's help? After all, it seems he's in our camp now, suggested Chaos. Absolutely not, replied Heaven immediately. He's nowhere near qualified. Whatever, replied Chaos while the others shrugged. They could see Heaven felt deeply against this plan, so it was not worth alienating him for a mere paragon, even one with unmatched potential. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 9:13, Primordial Chaos, Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book opened his eyes. Why do I feel I miss a great opportunity because of some bad karma? He knew his intuition did not warn him for no reason, so he immediately tried to find the secrets behind his feelings. However, no matter what method he tried, it proved to be futile. Nothing. So, it involves someone on my level that is very good at hiding their tracks, or it's related to someone above my realm. No matter which is the truth, there was nothing he could do. After all, his hint was too broad, meaning there were too many possibilities as to why he had this kind of intuition. If it's related to someone in my realm, I could deduce the reason to a few dozen individuals with whom I have bad karma. If it's someone of a higher grade, then there are only a handful. The real question is, what kind of opportunity did I miss? Heavenly Book shook his head and focused on his book. He discovered more information. Tenfold Battle Realm. Well, given his possible achievements, should not expect any less, commented Heavenly Book. However, his attitude was still nonchalant, and that's because his achievements are even greater than this. He not only achieved the tenfold battle realm but went beyond it. His battle prowess created a new class never seen before, the taboo battle realm. So, he did not care about Wang Wei's achievement as he was still not a match for him. Furthermore, it's yet known whether he can keep such battle prowess in the Empyrean and Paragon realm. Heavenly Book flipped the pages of the book, reading and analyzing every detail with great concentration. Finally, a frown manifested on his face. Why do I feel this son of Grand Tao is a waste compared to this Wang Wei? No matter what he thinks about it, these people's destinies are intertwined, so their achievements should be similar or relative. However, it appeared not to be the case. Maybe the Grand Tao's son is a late bloomer, muttered Heavenly Book. So far, he only has some scattered information on these two up to the Great Emperor realm. So, there is a chance for them to improve and become stronger. No matter the situation, with a title as the Son of Grand Tao, he should be extraordinary. So, let's not pass quick judgment. Heavenly Book has always been extremely cautious when doing things despite how arrogant he often appeared on the outside. He always displayed such a facade to trick his opponent into underestimating him. Heavenly Book looked in the distance. It's been so long, and the all-seeing temple hasn't finished with their divination yet. He once tried to finish the prophecy before them but felt an immense horror. So, Heavenly Book concluded the prophecy might involve the information he learned from his book. The universe is about to enter an era of chaos and strife. Based on Qiyuan's actions, the eternal ascension world will be involved and might even be at the center. Sadly, I cannot use the pawns I left there. The situation in the eternal ascension world made him feel aggrieved. He spent so much time and effort creating a few pawns worldwide. Yet, after Maitreya and Supreme Unity appeared, his pawns became their pawns. Heavenly Book sighed, knowing he could not help it. Unless he finds a way to hide and survive against half-step transcendence, the situation will not change. Heavenly Book closed his eyes, prepared to continue waiting. He has clones in different chaos worlds doing certain tasks. He only needs to be patient. However, not even 10 seconds after closing his eyes, he opened them again. A talisman appeared before him, and he activated it. Death Reverence has appeared. Although the news only said signs of his appearance, this news still shocked him. There are a few paragons that Heavenly Book cannot see through and their secrets, and Death Reverence is at the top of the list. Why is he showing up now? No, the current situation is the perfect time for him to appear. Without hesitation, Heavenly Book created another clone and sent it to the sighting site of Death Reverence. A lack of information equals unwanted variables, so he wanted to know the whereabouts of Death Reverence. Eternal Ascension World, Origin Seal Continent. What exactly did this kid do? Muttered Sword Empress as she gazed at the Tao opening sect's Chi luck. Even if he opened a new era, only a few hundred years have passed. How could he have gathered such luck? The current luck feedback from the lower dimension is enough for Qiyuan and someone else to revive. Furthermore, there is a great trend of upward increase. She remembered the kid discussing with Qiyuan how he was going to change the environment and make many improvements. However, they could not stay for long, so she did not hear the details. However, now, it appeared the kid had a grand plan with far-reaching consequences. It's not just the Tao opening sect, said Wu Hong. The entire destiny of the upper dimension has shown signs of revival. They knew what those changes meant. It was a signal that the current political situation of the Eternal Ascension world was about to be reshuffled, just like it did when so many paragons felt during the ultimate taboo. Such a change should be a good thing. The terrible reigns of these 8 parasites were coming to an end, and the world could return to its prospering age. There is also a chance they could create an even more prosperous era. However, the wise individuals knew the 8 parasites did not determine whether this reshuffling would occur. No, such an honor went to the 2 sons. Such a change has given Maitreya the edge, but it also means the kid's situation is now more dangerous than ever, added Sword Empress with furrowed brows. With Supreme Unity's mindset, he will do everything possible to kill him. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do in this situation. Wu Hong sighed, not liking how powerless she often was since the end of the ultimate taboo. Sword Empress felt the same way but understood there was no point in lingering on the past. What benefit did you get? What do you mean? You're married to this kid, so you should benefit from whatever he is doing. I'm curious about what you got. Nothing. You should know he was only married to some unknown clone of me. With how shameless and thick-skinned this kid is, do you think he will care? Sneered Sword Empress. Plus, heaven and earth have already acknowledged your union. Anyway, I haven't acknowledged it. But you also haven't refused. Wu Hong chose to ignore her. Internal, Wu Hong was cursing out loud as she knew her friend would never let go of the fact her descendant was her husband. So, what did you get? Nothing. However, I've recently had a feeling something good was about to happen. Sword Empress eyes lit up. At their level, any fortunate encounter that can be described as good is never something simple. Don't forget to respect your elders with some gifts afterward. The beating I gave you last time was not enough. Do you want some more? Relax, I'm just kidding, coughed Sword Empress lightly before changing the subject. Have you noticed Time Eater's erratic movement recently? Yes, he seems in a rush. Do you think we should take action? He might be a variable. There is no need, replied Wu Hong. These people were never true allies. Once they detect his anomaly, they might be the first ones to take action. And once one of them acts, it's only a matter of time before the contradictions between them explode. You might be right, but something tells me Time Eater will not let things escalate to such an extent. Even if he doesn't act, Supreme Unity won't allow them to disintegrate from the inside. Fair point, but I still think our best option is to wait and recuperate as soon as possible. Wait? Do you want to wait for the kid? Yes, since it's his destiny to deal with these people, let him deal with it. We can heal and support him if necessary. That's fine too, nodded Sword Empress, who guessed many people had similar ideas. Sometimes, it's best to let fate do its work and not interfere. It's best if we focus on the future after these parasites are gone. Are you talking about the prophecy? Although it took some time because of the current isolation, they still received the all-seeing temple's divination. Yes. You should understand better than me that if the universe becomes chaotic, we might be at the center of the storm. Sword Empress grunted with her melodious voice. She knew Qiyuan's action of concentrating most of the luck of the chaos universe on the eternal ascension world had many advantages as well as many disadvantages. Unfortunately, they were now in a time when the disadvantage prevailed. The chaos is indeed a great danger, but it's also an opportunity, muttered Sword Empress, and Wu Hong agreed with her. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know in report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 9:15, unedited chapter. Wang Wei sat cross-legged, floating in the air. Before him were three small carvings resembling the Temple of Havens he modeled his divine altar. However, these carvings were pulsing immortal qi instead of origin qi. Immortal manions were nothing more than very condensed immortal qi, processed to generate and convert other qis into immortal qi. In the process of creating one, Wang Wei only had to pay attention to a few things. The first of which is compatibility with the Dantian or Divine Sea. If the Immortal Mansion is not compatible with most Divine Seas, then only a few people with a unique physique would be able to use it. Furthermore, there are too many types of energy, so Wang Wei has to consider the compatibility with the origin source, catering the Immortal Mansion to that specific qi. The second thing he considered was stability. After refining the mansion, it will slowly modify the body and soul to a higher level, granting its user the immortal essence. However, if the immortal mansion is unstable, the immortal qi release will destroy its users instead of helping them transition into a higher life form. There was no problem with the refining process. However, is there a way I can improve the process? Maybe make the immortal mansion unique, muttered Wang Wei. The idea of a unique immortal mansion is not unique because that's where most insurgent techniques for immortal venerables originated from. Instead of thinking of ways to make the immortal mansion stronger, why not go in the direction of making cultivation faster, decreasing the time the sect needs to create a Tier 11 immortal sovereigns, pondered Wang Wei while reviewing the information he knew about Tier 11. The core of Tier 11 is life. Empyreans have the power of creation and can create worlds and life. The inner world of Tao ruler evolved to also create living creatures, however, these creatures require stringent requirements to leave the inner world and survive in the eternal ascension world. Finally, immortal sovereigns would absorb souls into their immortal mansions. The reason for this transformation is due to the difficulty of cultivating. The lives created by Empyreans and Tao rulers are to speed up their understanding of the grand Tao source. They can link their souls to their creations, boosting their comprehension. Meanwhile, the souls of immortal sovereigns are to aid them in refining and processing more immortal qi. The totem warrior could be a solution, thought Wang Wei. If they could link their immortal mansion to a specifically designed emperor formation that helped them refine and process immortal qi, the time needed to become sovereigns would drastically decrease. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after thinking how powerful the Dao opening sect would become after he left them such a formation or method. However, his excitement soon faded as he thought of the balance mechanism. If the sect truly had the method of cultivating so many immortal sovereigns, the mechanism would truly not tolerate their existence. According to Wang Wei's speculation, the sect will become so powerful and influential in the next 3 generations that they could easily take over the entire myriad emperor world while fighting every faction at once. As such, he had already prepared drastic measures to prevent the balance mechanism from scheming against them. For example, the Dao opening sect will not participate in the heaven will battle in every generation. Instead, the sect will retain a low-key attitude, even entering a semi-sealing state. After his father's generation and the 11th emperor, they will only participate in the battle every few generations when they have a talented enough heaven chosen. As for Li Jun and Yan Liling, their situation is special, so they will not count for the sect's great emperor positions for a very long time. As such, they might be the 15th and 16th emperors or maybe lower. Wang Wei did not know for sure, but he knew Kai Song would be counted as emperors before them. Why is my job so hard? Wang Wei began to resent true heavenly Dao. If he lived in a regular chaos world where the power ceiling was the paragon realm, his sect would not have to worry about balance with the strength of their ancestors. Alas, it was not necessarily a good thing that true heavenly Dao's power was half-step transcendence. Forget it, it'll just work a little harder, thought Wang Wei, who already had a plan to deal with the issue of the immortal qi gathering array. He will allow the court's people to use it. However, the array will have tiers, granting people different levels of boost and aid. The first tier will be a secret and only accessible to the Dao opening sect. Meanwhile, everyone else will have access to the second tier, which they will think is the first tier. The other factions will have a way to accelerate the rate of cultivating immortal sovereigns, just not as fast as the Dao opening sect. With such a design, the balance mechanism cannot complain. Wang Wei looked in the distance. The only issue is the balance between each heaven will and their community. The myriad emperor world was in a fast-track development. So far, there is no balance mechanism acting against it because the world has been behind for countless eras and is basically catching up. However, once the Heaven Emperor era reaches a small peak, it will soon become a problem when one community can overwhelm the majority of the lower dimension. Well, such a thing doesn't concern me. It's up to true heavenly Dao on how to keep the balance, not me. Such an issue was not yet his problem. Wang Wei can already detect some information about this issue. Currently, countless fortunate encounters are appearing in other world communities in response to the development of the myriad emperor world. True heavenly Dao saw the potential of his era and is already responding to keep the balance. As such, before it's time for his tentacles to reach other world communities, countless new insurgents and immortal venerables will appear. Wang Wei can even predict that ascending the battle realm will be much easier for many great emperors as an attempt to balance his overwhelming power. Under the luck blessing of true heavenly Dao, all these prideful and arrogant great emperors will have an easier time putting away their flaws, calming down, and working together to balance him. Wang Wei did not care. With his current strength, few things in the world could truly balance him. His worry is that true heavenly Dao will act out of desperation and remove the power suppression on immortal sovereigns. If it does that, he has to hurry to ensure his battle prowess enters the Empyrean realm as soon as possible. Wang Wei exhaled, there is no need to worry, I've prepared to the best of my ability. He sent his people into the world community to establish a footstep before arriving. However, his motive is to also allow them to take their share of the luck and destiny true heavenly Dao will sprinkle to balance him. Furthermore, their job is to ruin any possible alliance and connections that might threaten his rise. Finally, he has his eyes set on the Spirit Genesis sect's method of using paradox to hide from true heavenly Tao. If he can get his hands on that method, the Tao opening sect will have an additional security measure against the balance mechanism. Wang Wei disappeared and returned to the sect. Without wasting time, he summoned Origin 1 and Miscellaneous 1. Was the list finished? List? Asked Origin 1, who soon understood what he meant. Did you create a Tao soar seed? No, Immortal Mansion, and 3 of them. Okay, let me call them. Origin 1 went for himself, calling 3 elders from the sect, all from Wang Chang's generations. Soon, Wang Wei saw 2 people before him, 2 men and 1 woman. Besides the woman, who barely looked middle-aged, everyone else looked like they were 1 foot in the grave. Wang Wei nodded to them, and they immediately saluted, but he did not let them kneel. The fact these people were on top of the list showed their merit to the sect was unmatched by 3 generations. They deserve his respect for their contributions. It's a shame they did not meet the requirements to become Tao ancestors. Wang Wei granted them each an immortal mansion and watched them refine it. He wanted to ensure he did not miss anything or whether there were places he could improve. The process was smooth and efficient. After the immortal mansion entered their divine sea, these people's law altar in the sea of consciousness returned to the divine sea. The immortal mansion swallowed the law altar before the first ray of immortal chi appeared. Then, 9 brightly shining leaves appeared in one spot of the mansion before more chi was produced. After a certain threshold, the immortal chi traveled throughout their bodies, remodeling them into an immortal body. The woman turned into a young girl in her 30s, one of the men turned middle-aged, and only the last one kept his appearance. Their bodies shone with bright, immortal-like lights. Their temperament and aura changed, becoming more ethereal and noble. However, the process was not over. After casting the immortal body, the immortal chi rushed into their sea of consciousness to transform their souls, turning them immortal soul. The process took more than 6 hours, but Wang Wei was not impatient, observing and recording every aspect. He learned many things. For example, the law cultivated can determine what leaf an immortal venerable can reach. For example, Heaven Chosen, who have cultivated their law to a profound level, is guaranteed to reach 9 leaf after the immortal mansion absorbs their law altar. The strength of the fleshly body determines how much immortal chi a person acquires during the transition. Since the quantity of immortal chi determines an immortal venerable's cultivation level, body cultivators will have a higher cultivation level after becoming immortal venerables. Finally, he knew immortal chi was not so effective in tempering the flesh. So, he gave up his idea of using it for himself. Thank you, Sect Master, for giving us this immortal fate. 3x, get up, said Wang Wei. This is only your reward for the years of dedication to the sect. Wang Wei chatted with them and secretly encouraged them to show up to the sect and old friends. These cunning individuals knew his purpose and went to execute it without wasting time. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know at report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 9:16. Don't forget to protect them during their immortal tribulation, said Wang Wei. Mortals who refine an immortal mania must survive immortal tribulation. Luckily, one of the positives of having an emperor refine an immortal mansion is that a small part of their powers can remain in the mansion to aid in the tribulation. However, Wang Wei also did not want something to happen to these people, so he wanted Origin 1 to add more security measures during the tribulation. Wang Wei then gazed at Miscellaneous 1. How is the sect's formation going? Did you fix the flaws? Yes and no, replied Miscellaneous 1. I have fixed all the flaws my abilities could find. However, fate is a very versatile Tao, so I wanted the array to display all its power without any waste. As such, I have rearranged the other 9 formations and used yours as the core for an even more powerful array. Lastly, I must ensure that future formations can fuse with this new combination formation. I see, nodded Wang Wei. You need to add Gu Xian's Deception Dao into the formation. Our sect will need to be more low-key in the future, so it should help greatly. No problem, replied Miscellaneous One. As he said, Fate Dao is versatile, and with the origin Dao of the founder, it's not a problem to add Deception Dao ability to the sect's array. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Once the final array is finished, he can study it to elevate his understanding of the Grand Dao source. The reason I called you is that I need you to make a unique array for me, said Wang Wei before explaining his idea of using the Totem Warrior and Immortal Mansions to cultivate more immortal sovereigns. Origin One's eyes lit up after hearing this idea. Then, he fixed his eyes on Miscellaneous One. It should not be a problem, explained the array master. However, Totem Warrior is a new profession, but it's not well developed. So, it might take some time. We can just ask Tong Ruobing. She has already succeeded, suggested Origin One. Tong Ruobing used an acquired source rune physique to take power from the Origin Talisman. As such, she could be said to be the first and only truly successful Totem Warrior. Is that okay? If we do this, she will receive a lot of luck for the creation of the Totem Warrior, said Miscellaneous One. Even if we don't ask her, she will still receive the merit, said Origin One, and he was correct. Although it was Wang Wei's idea, she was the one who executed it perfectly. So, much of the luck belonged to her. Speaking of her, how are things going in the Star Beast world? As expected, trouble after trouble, replied Wang Wei. Although Mulei has not asked for help yet, he has been keeping an eye on that world. As he predicted, things did not proceed smoothly even in the first step of establishing the Heavenly Court. Mulei used the same rough method as him by forcefully controlling the heavenly Tao of his world. However, it fought back and resisted immensely. Although it was overwhelmed by sheer strength, the Beast Star World's heavenly Tao used all its knowledge, ability, and means to resist and make trouble for Mulei. The Heaven Emperor is one of the highest secrets between heaven and earth. If not for Wang Wei's karma unbound physique and his potent strength, his luck would have suffered backlash for revealing such information. Luckily, Mulei listened to Wang Wei's method and tried to convince Heavenly Tao afterward that his methods were the best for the world. Alas, he was not a son of the era, so Heavenly Tao did not have so much faith in him, so the process was slow. Secondly, the other factions in the world reacted strongly. The Star Beast world's cultivation system relies too heavily on massive resources. As such, these people's nature is to fight for every opportunity, turning the Heavenly Court into a big, fat, and juicy piece of meat. Most people did not want the Star Monarch Mountain to eat alone. Others did not want anyone to have it, especially since the Heavenly Emperor had so much power. So, since establishing the court, Mulei did not even have time to confer with the main gods, and countless battles have occurred. Luckily, with Tong Ruobing and his sect, he made many allies beforehand, so he did not have to fight alone. Additionally, his strength is drastically increasing with time, making it easier to dominate the world. Wang Wei secretly watched everything and was shocked at how 6 immortal sovereigns had already shown up, and he knew this was just the tip of the iceberg. The Star Beast world is one of the top worlds in the commercial hub, amassing resources from more than 100 world communities. So, it made sense they had enough resources to cultivate more immortal sovereigns. The truly shocking thing is these sovereigns are the ones who survived the balance mechanism and were not schemed against being killed, exiled, or sealed. After watching the chaos in the Star Beast world, Wang Wei knew how weak the Myriad Emperor world had become after isolating themselves from the endless void for so long. If not for the prestige of the predecessors, other worlds would have long invaded or interfered in the affairs of this world. What do you think their final fate will be? Asked Origin 1. Of course, they will win, replied Wang Wei. Mu Lei is an eternal emperor and even an eternal supreme. Although the weakest tier, it's still an eternal supreme. The only issue is how much power and rights he will have as a heavenly emperor after quelling the chaos. Many of these factions are fighting against him to take more rights and power away from him. In other words, they want more benefits. So, the real issue is whether Mu Lei is willing to compromise. As for Wang Wei, he's acting as a foreign mercenary. Although he requires a hefty price to show up, Mu Lei will not have to lose any power by utilizing him. In that case, we need to prepare for the future relationship between our two worlds, uttered Origin 1. Furthermore, it also means Tong Ruobing will prove the Tao in this generation. She will be a foreign Queen Mother by then. Do we also give her a position in our court? Queen Mother is a position only second to the Heavenly Emperor. So, it holds a lot of power and is responsible for replacing a great deal of world source. It will depend on whether she will stay in the Myriad Emperor world or not, replied Wang Wei. However, based on the situation, it's very unlikely. Wang Wei could guess her subsequent actions. Lay out an Emperor Foundation for the Great Talisman City before focusing most of her time and attention on the Star Beast world. After all, she has more to gain over there and does not have to worry about a monster like him looming over her head. If that's true, we can either exchange one of our spots for theirs or we grant the Great Talisman City a spot that is neither too high nor too low, suggested Origin 1. It's best to exchange spots, decided Wang Wei. It will be easier to spy or even intervene in their worlds through an ambassador. But they can also do the same to us. If they have the means, why not? Origin 1 then remembered who was before him and shook his head. Yes, with the vast difference in power, how dare these people try to intervene in the affairs of the Myriad Emperor world? What about world communities? Once we spread our footsteps, the information about the court could not be hidden. By then, many people will try to set up their own court. Do you still want me to spread our court to the entire lower dimension? Origin 1 quieted down. Although I could do this with my strength. However, such an act would doom my era, replied Wang Wei. Even my father could probably barely take over my position. Then, once an emperor was not powerful enough to control the court, the other heavenward worlds would band together and eradicate the court and even the Myriad Emperor world to prevent another me from appearing. Origin 1 sighed as he knew this was the case. Being powerful was fine, but being too powerful was a problem. Strength is needed to control a certain level of luck or destiny. Unfortunately, besides Wang Wei, no one has the strength to control the destiny of a heavenly court that controls the entire lower dimension. If he did something like this, the luck and karma backlash after he ascends is enough to wipe out the entire world. It just pains me that so many people will copy the court without any price. If things were so simple, I would be more than happy, said Wang Wei, shaking his head. If things proceeded as such, he could blackmail all these people for using his idea. Furthermore, the lower dimension would enter a heavenly emperor era across all world communities. As the founder, the luck and blessing he would receive would be incalculable. Are there any secrets? Asked Origin 1, suddenly thinking of something. Balance mechanism. Yes. I can already detect it. True heavenly Tao is about to change the order of the lower dimension. In the future, it will not be so easy to become heavenly emperor. So, it will not completely ban it. No, since the system is beneficial to it especially in the current situation. With more heavenly emperors, true heavenly Tao can save more world sources. If the entire lower dimension could operate with the aid of these heavenly emperors and not use much world source, it can now focus on dealing with supreme unity. However, it also knew the power of the heavenly court is easy to cause chaos and destruction in the lower dimension, so there will probably be limitations similar to how Wang Wei planned to prevent his successor from messing up his creation. Then, what should we do? We only need to continue doing our own thing. Become a model of how the heavenly court system should be. Then, true heavenly Tao can use our model as the standard, and we can receive the credit we deserve. That's a good way. Furthermore, the destiny of being the first and only perfect heavenly court is enough for the Tao opening sect to prosper for a long time, but also the same for the myriad emperor world. That's exactly what Wang Wei was thinking. It's also one of the reasons he was not worried about revealing the truth about the heavenly emperor position. In his plan, he must gather the luck of the entire lower dimension even if he is not the ultimate heavenly emperor. Otherwise, it will be impossible for him to become an everlasting Empyrean and open the gate of power. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know in report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 9:17. Second court meeting. The 300-year deadline approached, and every faction was ready for the second meeting. The anticipation was so great that most people did not care that the Blood Earth, one of the 6 forbidden lands, disappeared after a visit from the Heavenly Emperor. Anyway, the Western Pure Bliss land was dealt with by Feng Heng, so people began to believe only a few forbidden lands would survive this era. With the second meeting approaching, people waited with bated breath. They hoped and feared this meeting would be as world-changing as the first one. In the past 300 years, they have experienced the benefit of the Heavenly Court's rule. They wish the Heavenly Emperor would bring them even more benefit. Of course, some worry about drastically improving the Tao opening sect's military and political power. Sadly, such a thing was inevitable and could not be changed. The day of the meeting, everyone stood in the throne room, calmly waiting. Everyone arrived earlier and slowly waited without any signs of impatience. Then, at the allocated time, Wang Wei slowly walked into the room and sat in the chair. The officials have seen Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. The voices of thousands of people echoed in the room. Many people did a 90-degree bow, while those with sufficient strength only saluted with a slight bow. At ease, said Wang Wei with a chuckle. He did not take the fact these people referred to themselves as his official to heart. So far, only Wu Ming and a few devil cultivators have habited the court. Although many were tempted, they seemed to come up with an agreement to continue and wait. However, Wang Wei did not care since time was to his advantage. While these factions were still indecisive, his Tao opening sect was taking full advantage of the court's benefits. Wang Wei looked at everyone before landing on Su Shi's. A unique emperor soul. It should be tempered using primordial energy, analyzed Wang Wei. Her strength should have reached the 3-fold battle realm, with the potential to ascend to the 4-fold realm. Wang Wei could tell Su Shi was in the process of creating a unique body refining technique. To be precise, she will complete the one she was already cultivating. Once she succeeds and achieves 40 infant fiend god force, she will enter the 4-fold battle realm. A unique technique. From now on, the Academy will have an insurgent technique similar to the ancient desolate body refining scripture. After briefly checking on Su Shi, Wang Wei did not pay much attention to the others. In such a short period of 300 years, they did not make much improvement, even with the current benefit of the court. Most of these eternal-level powerhouses were saving their merit for later use. Su Shi made such rapid improvements due to her time Tao. Like Wang Wei, she has more time to cultivate than everyone else. As much as I would love to chat and form a bond between emperor and officials, unfortunately, only a few of you are pleasing to look at. So, let's be direct. Do you have anything to notify me? No one cared about the emperor's rude words. They had already done a character analysis on him and knew he was the type of person who could use societal rules and etiquette to his advantage or directly disregard them. Furthermore, they also knew the reason for his words. As expected, Patriarch Imo walked to the front. "The people in the West have been enlightened by the Emperor's words and decided to correct our ways," said Patriarch Imo while bowing. "To repay the Emperor's kindness, we have brought an offering." Although the Emperor can break the proper etiquette and rules, he could not. Otherwise, these other factions will use such an act against him and the devil cultivators. With a wave of his hand, a large black cauldron shone with golden lights in the middle of the room. Myriad eyes, full of greed, were directed at it, but no one dared act. Wang Wei raised his hand, and the cauldron rushed to his hand, shrinking to palm size before arriving. He checked the merit inside and nodded in satisfaction. "I have to say, Mo Patriarch, you are quite the capable official," commented Wang Wei, not hiding his appreciation for the latter. In such a short time, the man devised a way to save the devil race from extermination. Furthermore, he used the most ruthless and efficient method possible. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the compliment. I'm glad I did not have to annihilate you and the devil cultivators. If your plan of betraying the world and introducing a foreign emperor to deal with me were put in motion, I would have massacred every last one of you." Patriarch Mo's body trembled as he felt a terrifying gaze weighing on him. Luckily, he never moved from his bowing position, otherwise, he could not fathom the fear of directly facing those eyes. How did he know our plan? Did someone betray us? No, with someone of his strength and Tao, it should be easy to divine the truth. Your Majesty, my actions back then were nothing but a moment of poor judgment. I promise it will never happen again. Patriarch Mo knew it was pointless to deny what he did and would bring him even more danger. "Is that so?" uttered Wang Wei softly. "However, I will feel more secure if I ensure such a thing won't happen again." A river made of chains manifested behind him as Wang Wei mobilized his grand Tao source. Then, he said out loud for everyone to hear, "Order. From now on, the tribulations of all devil cultivators will be 10 to 100 times harder than normal, judged based on their karmic sins. Disorder, those who survive can wash away part of their karmic sins." When Wang Wei finished his words, a scroll appeared before him before scattering between heaven and earth. The world trembled slightly, but only a few people detected this physical change. However, every cultivator of quasi-emperor or above detected this new change. However, only immortals and some quasi-emperors proficient in divination or calculation knew what had occurred. Patriarch Mo's face became ugly as he received a transmission from the insurgent that accompanied him. He knew the myriad emperor world's fundamental rules were forcibly changed, making it 100 times harder for devil cultivators, or people with great karmic sins, to cultivate. From the supernatural realm, cultivators must survive heavenly tribulations. But now, 99% of devil cultivators cannot enter the supernatural realm. Patriarch Mo could see the future of the devil cultivators. The already weakened surviving factions will have to abandon most of their emperor scriptures that require blood, flesh, soul, or negative emotions to cultivate. Cultivating disciples or elders will require more resources like emperor artifacts to protect them from heavenly tribulations. The rise of their future heaven-chosens will be 100 times harder. "At least he left us some hope," thought Patriarch Mo with a pain in his heart. Washing away karmic sins was extremely difficult, usually only possible through things like merit. Now, as long as they survived heavenly tribulations, they can wash away some of their sins. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy," said Patriarch Mo. Everyone looked at this once ambitious man and secretly sighed. Today's representatives knew it would be virtually impossible for the devil race to thrive or prosper in this world. Their fate is sealed unless they can give birth to an unparalleled genius that could forcefully overcome the current low luck or destiny of the devil cultivators. Many people secretly sighed in awe at the power of the heavenly emperor. "You're dismissed," said Wang Wei, making Patriarch Emo secretly sighed in relief. He took a few steps back to return to the representatives' side. Wang Wei finally focused on the representatives. "The main topic of this meeting is the improvement of mortals' lives," declared Wang Wei before waving his hand to manifest a list. Everyone focused on the list, not missing a single point. 1. Dao Opening Sect, 10 trillion merit points. 2. Great Jin Dynasty, 856,000 merit points. 3. Heavenly Tree Village, 567,987 merit points. 4. Emperor Enlightening Academy, 507,876 merit points. 5. D-Clan, 489,008 merit points. 6. Western Bliss Sect, 434,675 merit points. 7. 5 Elements Balance Palace, 345,876 merit points. 8. Tai Profound Gate, 320,565 merit points. 9. Eternal Dream Sect, 318,678 merit points. 10. Great Talisman City, 285,897 merit points. The list was longer than these 10 factions. However, the discrepancy between the top 10 was very noticeable. Furthermore, the difference between the first and second place made many people frown, wondering if the Heavenly Emperor was playing favorites again. "I know what you're thinking, but I guarantee there is no fraud in this list," added Wang Wei. "As I said, the main topic of discussion is the livelihood of mortals. Now, I will show you the lives of the mortals in our territory so you will understand the list." He waved his hand to show them how the mortals in their sect's domains live. He showed them how they had developed a civilization unique to themselves. Chapter 9:18, Mortal Civilization, unedited chapter. Cultivators' view of mortals has always been consistent. They are weak, making them uncomfortable to be around. After all, if they do not perfectly control their strength, even a slight release of aura could massacre millions of mortals. They considered mortals dirty. With their evolved senses, it's easier to see all the impurities in a mortal's body or any bacteria in their bodies. They can see all the pores or smell any odor emanating from them. Mortals had short lifespans, making it very arduous to have any friendship or relationship with them. Even the weakest cultivator could retreat for a few decades, and after leaving their seclusions, their supposed friends have lived the majority of their lives and are on the verge of death. Cultivators believed mortals were ignorant. They spent the majority of their lives in a daze, ignorant of themselves or the world around them. Even the few who are wise enough do not live long enough to deepen their knowledge to a level worthy of recognition. As such, cultivators often scoffed at the word mortal wisdom. Despite how the majority felt about mortals, they knew their lives were inseparable from mortals. They originated from mortal roots, and if they wish to ascend to greater heights in the cultivation journey, they must never forget this fact. These ideologies or notions have been ingrained in most cultivators. However, during this meeting today, their worldview collapsed and was reorganized. Wang Wei showed them that with the right guidance, mindset, and resources, mortals can create their own civilization. They have developed art, literature, philosophy, unique customs, and technology. They opened wisdom to their fellow mortals, teaching them about the wonders of the universe. What shocked these representatives more was the fact this mortal civilization was more than capable of dealing with supernatural realm cultivators. The world is vast beyond words can describe, and cultivators only take 10% of the population. If the remaining 90% of mortals could create a civilization as brilliant as this one, low-level cultivators would now become useless. Everyone began to pay attention. Grassroots cultivators are the backbones of the cultivation world. They are usually in charge of most of the work, like mining, planting, and hunting for resources. However, if mortals could replace these grassroots cultivators and use things like construct to replace their service, the cultivating world would soon experience a booming change. The eyes of these representatives became firmer as they concentrated. They remember a few thousand years ago, the Tao opening sect started a project of opening schools for mortals and creating a bunch of constructs to facilitate faster travel and development. They copied these methods because Heavenly Tao was very generous during that time and handed out plenty of merits. However, once there were no longer any benefits, most people stopped doing such a pointless thing. Most factions even dismantled these constructs to recycle the resources used. However, now, they regret their actions as they realize the true purpose of doing these things. The Tao opening sect has been preparing for the court for countless millennia, granting them countless advantages. Why are we only fourth? Thought Su Shi as she looked at the list. She guessed correctly about the main topic of the court, so she suggested the Academy copy the Tao opening sect's model of dealing with the mortals in their domains. With her level of power, she detected the Tao opening sect's domains had a vibrant atmosphere around them unlike any other factions. This atmosphere greatly contributed to their sect's chi luck. Based on this analysis, she also sought to replicate their success. Unfortunately, she only had a short 300 years and could not immediately catch up to the sect's 1,000 years of history. Even then, she believed she would be second during the meeting, acquiring more advantages for the Academy. Alas, she was wrong. I have never heard of the Great Jin Dynasty, she thought with a frown. She already analyzed why certain groups were in their position. The Heavenly Tree Village was a new supreme land that rose in this generation. They focused deeply on tempering the Tao heart by living a simple, mortal life. Despite their short existence, most factions knew about them. After all, the Heavenly Emperor built the court on top of a world tree raised in that village. Furthermore, the Emperor also left a projection to the village. In an emergency, the projection can act as protection. People even believed the projection could borrow the strength of the real tree when necessary. The conclusion of most emperor lineages is that this village has a great karmic connection with the Heavenly Emperor, so they labeled them into the class of not making them into an enemy. The D clan often dealt with mortals and protected them from devil cultivators, so their ranking made sense. Their clan often does good things for mortals to reinforce their identities as protectors of the Western continent. The Western Bliss sect, although recently established, was the savior of countless mortals during the era of chaos in the Western continent. Additionally, they inherited many of the mortals that the D clan used to protect. Lastly, as a sect of Buddhism that focuses on compassion, they treated the people under their rules with great respect. The five-element balance palace and the Tai profound gates are the leaders of Taoism, the biggest religion of the myriad emperor world. They have countless believers and worshippers scattered all over the world. As such, they treat the mortals under their reign with decency and dignity to ensure their reputation and consolidate their chi luck. The Eternal Dream sect most likely received some inside information from the Tao opening sect and did not abandon the mortals like other sects once the benefits no longer manifested. The Yu clan was not higher on the list because they controlled only one domain, and their population was not up to par. Tong Ruobing was probably smart enough not to completely abandon these mortals as she felt the Tao opening sect was planning something, so she chose to wait and continue her support, even if it was the bare minimum, analyzed Su Shi. She would definitely do something like this with her personality. It would also explain why she was not higher on the list. Everything else made sense except for this Great Jin Dynasty. Many people had questions similar to Su Shi but knew it was not the time to ask since the Heavenly Emperor was not finished. After everyone processed the information he gave, he continued, "The Tao opening sect will become the standard model that I want you to follow." Many people immediately frowned after hearing this, releasing an aura of hesitation and struggle. Wang Wei immediately guessed their main source of concern: resources. Two main things are required to create a civilization like the one the Tao opening sect cultivated: food and the resources for the constructs. The issue of food can be dealt with after working together. However, the constructs are another problem. This world is too vast. According to Wang Wei's calculation, the world's largest domain is 576 times that of the observable universe back on Earth, and that's only one domain. Whatever domain a mortal is born in, they will never leave it through their entire lives. Even worse, millions of generations of their ancestors will live and die in that same domain. The distance between two cultivators' cities is usually counted in the light years. Meanwhile, the distance between two mortal cities in the same mortal dynasty can be as large as the Earth's circumference. If not for the fact that animals like horses were bred by heaven and earth for long and fast travels, transportation in mortal dynasties would be a nightmare. With such a vast distance, the constructs needed by mortals will need to be at least heaven tier to allow them to break the space and teleport to vast distances. However, heaven tier resources involve void-shattering realm cultivators and the power of laws. Such resources are valuable even in emperor lineages, so how could they use them to cultivate mortals? Even with the possibility of reward from heaven and earth, the gain was not worth the loss. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a seed appeared. This is the good fortune seed. After planting it, it will absorb the spiritual QI between heaven and earth to accelerate growth. Furthermore, it can be programmed to turn into different crops like rice, grains, fruits, etc. With this thing, the issue of food is dealt with. The only precaution you need to take is to prevent animals from destroying the crops and deal with heaven and man-made catastrophes like dragons turning over, earthquake, drought, and insects. Everyone's eyes lit up as they saw another possibility for this rice: cultivate body-tempering cultivators. Any product raised from this good fortune seed should contain traces of spiritual energy, which can be used for the tempering realm. They can use large quantities of food to replace low-level pills. Lastly, if they could retain some power of good fortune from the seed, it is the perfect energy or power to cast the foundation for their heaven chosen. Wang Wei knew what they were thinking but did not care, so he continued, as for the issue of transportation, I also have a solution. He waved his hand to show them a special dimension. This is a subspace created by the Tao opening sect, only accessible to mortals for their transportation. Our mortals have control of this subspace, allowing them to travel long distances without using any heaven tier resources. Your job will be to create the same subspace and connect them. Be warned that the subspace belongs only to mortals, and cultivators are forbidden from using it. What a great method, thought most people, followed by why didn't I think of that? One last thing, continued Wang Wei pointing at the list in the middle of the room. This list was not created arbitrarily by me to decide the number of merits. People's eyes squinted as they realized the implications behind these words. Heavenly Tao is in charge of the list and decides the number of merit points allocated. It's based on plenty of criteria, with the main focus on mortals' livelihood. In other words, the more developed and fulfilling the lives of the mortals in your domains are, the more merit points you will receive. No one said a word as they guessed they were more. As for what those merits are for, said Wang Wei with a smile. Of course, it is a form of currency for exchange. He waved his hand to show another list. People's breathing became elevated as the first thing on the list was Grand Tao Soar Seed, followed by Immortal Mansion. Now that Heavenly Tao has plenty of world source, it needs a new way to develop the world, hence this list. As you can see, with enough merit points, you can directly exchange Tao Source Seeds and Immortal Mansions from Heavenly Tao, cultivating more immortals for your factions. Chapter 919, Unfairness. The representatives could no longer contain their excitement, greed, and desire. Previously, they thought the Heavenly Emperor wanted to elevate the life of mortals simply for a few merits and luck. But now they knew there were tangible benefits. The path of immortal venerable and Tao ancestor has always been controlled by great emperors, a right directly handed to them by heaven and earth. A few people knew such a thing was not absolute in the upper dimension, but that did not matter since they were not there. But now, people have another method to access these two paths. The emperor's monopoly was basically over. Although they knew the Grand Tao soar seeds and immortal mansions created by Heavenly Tao would not be as unique and special as the ones created by great emperors, it was still better than nothing. The most excited of these groups were the non-emperor lineages. With this merit point system, they might have a chance to become immortal and Tao lineages relying on their own effort. However, the eyes of these people soon dim as they see the price of these two things. They were not the only ones. The emperor lineages soon had a similar response. Based on the prices, only the Tao opening sect could buy the things on the list. Even the great Jin dynasty could not buy an immortal mansion. People soon focused on other items on the list, and despite only having a few things, everything was expensive. The only thing most people could buy was epiphany time. As the name suggests, people can use merits to enter a state of epiphany, elevating their comprehension to a realm never possible. Alas, the epiphany time is divided into mortal and immortal grade, and these factions can only buy the mortal grade. Furthermore, there is a warning in the list that the immortal grade can only help people cultivate 40% Grand Tao source before becoming useless. Two more items on the list caught people's attention: power veins pills and pure soul power. The effects of these items are indeed valuable. The power veins pills can drastically increase the flesh body's strength. There is a notice that 100 of these pills are enough to cultivate an insurgent with a fleshly body that can fight third-class emperors. However, after seeing the price, most people shake their heads and focus on the pure soul power. Soul or spiritual power has always been vital, especially in the immortal realm. For a cultivator to become an Empyrean, Tao ruler, or immortal sovereign, their soul power must reach a certain threshold. Sadly, that threshold is so high, preventing countless people from reaching it. The pure soul power is something people on our level desperately need, thought Ao Shin, who knew the importance of soul power. Furthermore, the power vein pill and soul power are the perfect combination to cultivate immortal sovereigns. A powerful flesh makes it easier and faster to gather immortal chi. Meanwhile, the soul is required to reach tier 11 and control the immortal chi in the mansion. Everyone will want these items, analyzed Hu Feng Huang. However, they are limited. She gazed at the notice that these two things were not as easily available as the other things on the list. As you can see, people can also place their things on the list for others to buy, explained Wang Wei. If things proceed smoothly, the list can become a way to exchange high-level resources without any fear of fraud or contradictions. The Heavenly Emperor was correct. If Heavenly Tao could act as a medium for transactions, many people's fears of being cheated or reneging on deals would be removed, allowing for fair trade. They could see the advantage of such a simple system. With fair trade, cultivators will become more open and exchange the needed resources, leading to another boom in the cultivation world. Such a boom will directly boost the Heavenly Emperor era, making it more flourishing. It will also make the era more competitive, analyzed Feng Heng, who predicted how difficult it would be for Heaven Chosen to prove the Tao in the future. The threshold for Heaven Chosen will reach a new height, and only the best of the best can be the final winner and seat on the throne. And this is just the beginning of the era, continued the wise monk. Normally, Heavenly Tao would not tolerate an emperor to stay too long in the lower dimension. However, this may not be the case for the Heavenly Emperor. As long as Wang Wei continues to improve the world and his era, Heavenly Tao might give him a pass and postpone the next generation, just to ensure the world is as brilliant as ever. After figuring out this thing, many people despaired. They all wanted this monster to leave as soon as possible, but they realized his stay might be extended. Such a change might be advantageous to me, pondered Feng Heng. He wanted as much time as possible to lay the proper foundation for Buddhism before his ascension. So, if Heavenly Tao extends the Heavenly Emperor's time, it will do the same for other emperors to balance him out. Does anyone have any questions? Asked Wang Wei. I do, said Ao Shin, who walked in the front. Our demon race does not have much of a human population. So, how can we gather more merit points? After controlling the north, Aoshan reduced the human population by migrating them to other continents, mainly to the Dao opening sects territories. We are also in a similar situation, concurred a representative of the sea race. It's almost impossible for the human race to live in their territories under the sea. The small population is very small and lives in specially curated environments. Your situation is special, said Wang Wei. Humans are the protagonists of the myriad emperor world, so they are the best and fastest way to gather merit points. My suggestion is to incorporate more humans into your territory. Then, use the demon school I created to cultivate more of your kind, create a civilization that perfectly integrates humans and demons. Ao Shen and the sea race representatives frowned. This method was far from ideal. Cultivating more humans, even mere mortals, will only benefit the human race, not their kind. As intelligent as they were, they could deduce how much the power of humans would increase after the rise of countless mortal civilizations. Mortals make up more than 90% of the population, hence, they are the source of talent for the cultivation world. With such a large population, countless mortals with cultivation talents are never discovered, forever remaining mortals until the end of their lives. Although these people are classified as individuals with poor luck, their talents are undeniable. Now, things will become different. The mortal and cultivation world will no longer have a clear divide. As such, it will be easier to find talented mortals from now on. Additionally, if they follow the Dao opening sects model, the mortals in their territory will have a higher than average talent for cultivation. Martial arts provided these mortals with stronger bodies, increasing the chances their descendants could be healthier and even inherit their strong bodies. Martial arts allowed them to passively absorb spiritual qi between heaven and earth, making their descendants have a higher affinity with spiritual qi. Such affinity will make developing a leakless body easier and walking the cultivation path. The greatest creation of the mortal civilization is the extraordinary citizens. These people have access to their spiritual power, making them low-level pill masters, talisman makers, weapons refiners, and other professions. In the future, their number will drastically increase, thus contributing to the prosperity of the human race's luck. With such advantages, how could Ao Shin and the sea race allow humans to prosper in their area? The worst thing is the demon school situation is also a pit. It does allow them to turn simple mortal animals into demons or sea races. However, the demon race is born with extraordinary bodies and supernatural abilities at the expense of their intelligence. It's extremely arduous to raise an animal's intelligence to the level of humans and turn them into demons. Even after succeeding, their animal instincts usually make them aggressive and full of killing intent. They will need to take time and effort to remove that aggression. As for integrating demons with humans to create a unique civilization, it's not as simple as the Heavenly Emperor said. Furthermore, even if they succeeded, a good part of their luck would go to the Dao opening sect for the creation of the demon school. No matter which angles they looked at this advice, they felt they suffered while the Heavenly Emperor benefited without doing much. Wang Wei looked at them and guessed why they were thinking. Although it seems unfair, that's the price these races had to pay after losing the battle to become the world's protagonist. Furthermore, their issues involve the fundamental cores of every race. Demons are born powerful but lack in the soul or intelligence department. Meanwhile, it's the opposite for humans. Humans have become the protagonists in multiple worlds because of their intelligence and ingenuity. It is easier for them to innovate and create ways to make the mortal or cultivated world flourish. Because of this ability, humans have become one of the most powerful races in the entire chaos universe. Wang Wei looked at Feng Heng. Buddhism is excellent at opening wisdom. You can try to incorporate demons into your human civilizations. Success will grant Buddhism great blessing. Amitabha, uttered Feng Heng while playing with his praying beads. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was smiling wryly internally. He could feel Ao Shin and the sea race's fierce gaze. Of course, he had the same idea as soon as the Heavenly Emperor said these words. However, he did not expect the latter to use him as a pawn to motivate the demon and sea race. In such a situation, he chose to remain quiet. Anyway, he will not give up any opportunity to help Buddhism, especially since he has his nemesis, Taoism, on the side. Taoism is not as excellent as Buddhism in opening wisdom. Its advantages lie in dealing with or suppressing demons and devils. However, they were also good in that area, just like Buddhism has its merit when dealing with and sealing evil. As such, Feng Hing knew he had worthy competitors and would not stop because of the warnings of Ao Shin and the others. "Where is the great Jin dynasty's representative?" asked Wang Wei after scheming against these people. Everyone looked around to see whether there were any secrets to this dynasty that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 920, The First Path of Transcendence. A middle-aged man wearing a black robe with dragons on his sleeves stepped forward. His hair was perfectly combed in a bun, and a faint aura of a ruler emanated from him. However, anyone with the right perception could detect he was trying his best to hide his aura and look as small as possible. Such an act was not deemed cowardly by other representatives, and that's because the man was only in the quasi-emperor realm, indicating the Great Jin dynasty was only a supreme dynasty. "Han Shun has seen Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor," said the sovereign of the Great Jin dynasty. "I was as surprised as everyone else when I saw your dynasty's name on the list," commented Wang Wei. "I was even more surprised when I checked it for myself." Han Shun smiled in embarrassment. It was a unique situation. "I was severely injured, ended up in Your Majesty's territory, and was saved from the people. Once I was healed, I had the idea of creating a fortune dynasty and decided to model the way of living of my saviors." Wang Wei nodded in understanding. The Great Jin dynasty has such a high position because Han Shun copied many things from the Tao opening sect spiritual rune civilization. As such, the people's lives under his rule are peaceful and prosperous. "I have to give you some credit," acknowledged Wang Wei. The Great Zhou dynasty was still recovering after the stunts their first prince caused. Although they have recondensed their dynasty's qi luck and prevented the dynasty from collapsing, they are not in the best shape to be too caring about the lives of their citizens. The Great Wu dynasty is in a similar predicament. After Sun Jialong's death, their dynasty's luck seemed to have reached the bottom. The secret of their having multiple pseudo-emperors was leaked, and the surrounding dynasties did not hesitate to attack them, getting most of the territories Sun Jialong occupied for them. Meanwhile, other dynasties do not dare to copy the Tao opening sect's model despite being aware of it, and all because of unwarranted fear. These monarchs feared due to the open wisdom of the citizens from the spiritual rune civilization, they would reject the concept of monarchy and try to overthrow their dynasty. Of course, this is a high fantasy world, so no matter how much mortals revolt, it will be pointless. One divine body realm cultivator is enough to trample on Wang Wei's spiritual rune civilization, let alone even weaker mortal dynasties. The main source of fear for these people is that a peerless cultivator genius will appear among these mortals and rise against them. So, most dynasties ignored the changes in the Tao opening sect's domain, while a few wise ones adapted a few things to improve the lives of their citizens and gather more luck. However, Han Shun was not one of these people. He copied Wang Wei's civilization to the best of his ability while also being a wise ruler that is loved and respected by his people. Sovereign Han Shun is a perfect example that our model can be copied and executed, said Wang Wei, looking at the representatives. As such, you should learn from him. Everyone secretly looked at Han Shun, however, their emotions and real thoughts were hidden. However, the Great Jin sovereign was secretly scared. No matter his achievements, it did not change the fact he was only a mortal in the eyes of these big shots. Wang Wei waved his hand to condense a golden talisman. This is a reward for your effort and dedication. People were shocked by the power contained in this talisman. A few with dark thoughts immediately extinguished them. "Thank you, Your Majesty," hurriedly said Han Shun, bowing with his most respectful attitude while also breathing in relief. He knew he was saved and could continue developing his dynasty without any problems. "I only need to become a Dao lineage in this generation while preparing for my descendants to become emperors," thought Han Shun with great ambitions. He received the talisman and returned to the back of the line. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's eyes glimmered with mystery as he watched Han Shun's actions. Although the latter looked like a lucky loose cultivator on the surface with no background, the truth could not be hidden from his eyes. "He is the human emperor's next chosen pawn after Sun Jiaolong," thought Wang Wei, who could see the unique destiny that Han Shun inherited. His plan is probably to get the heavenly emperor position from one of the great Jin dynasty's descendants. Wang Wei's eyes twinkled, but he did not say anything or do anything to Han Shun or the great Jin dynasty because he had already figured out the human emperor's end goal. The latter wanted to acquire the three karmic positions of heaven and earth: human emperor, earth emperor, and heavenly emperor. Then, by fusing their essence, he can reach the realm of half-step transcendence. However, such a plan is not so easy to accomplish. The heavenly emperor in the lower position is not nearly enough for the transcendent path, so he will need to acquire it in the upper dimension. The one I leave behind is probably only a key for the one in the upper dimension. But, even then, things will not be simple. The Eternal Ascension world's power ceiling is half-step transcendence, so he cannot use my method to become the heavenly emperor in the upper dimension. If the human emperor attempted such a stupid thing, true heavenly Tao would obliterate him. So, will he go to another source chaos world where the power limit is only the Paragon realm? Unlikely. There is a high chance he reincarnated not only because he wanted to become a boundless paragon but because he needed one of the main source worlds to become transcendent. Countless thoughts flashed in his eyes as he analyzed the human emperor. He has already acquired the human emperor position, which true heavenly Tao acknowledges. What he lacked is the other two. One of the 8 parasites, the Earth Emperor, is probably one of his pawns for the Earth Emperor position. However, I have a feeling that Guy did not truly acquire the position and is just another key. The Earth Emperor's position involved reincarnation, so Wang Wei did not think the Earth Emperor had control over reincarnation of the upper dimension. Then there is Old Man Nether. He has been obsessed with reincarnation for heaven knows how long. Is this also related to the Earth Emperor position? Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he had too little information to speculate about Old Man Nether. Technically speaking, it should be almost impossible for the human emperor to acquire the heavenly emperor position. However, with the current political situation of the upper dimension, after acquiring the key, it's not impossible for him to negotiate something with true heavenly Tao. True heavenly Tao might agree as long as his positions can weaken Supreme Unity's control over the world. Wang Wei frowned as he wondered whether the human emperor would be an ally, an enemy, or a neutral acquaintance. Ever since he guessed the human emperor was the Qin emperor from Earth, he had an instinctual aversion to the latter. However, he also knew he could not completely rely on his instinct for certain things. I should consider my relationship with the human emperor based on the situation. The real issue is whether I should use his method to also become a half-step transcendent. Wang Wei did not ponder much longer about the situation before rejecting the idea. Such a method is applicable to people of the sovereign Tao. If I use his method, half-step transcendence will be my limit, and I will never truly become detached and become free and unfettered. No matter how tempting this method was, it was contradictory to his path and goal. So, he would never use it unless he was forced and had no other choice. Furthermore, this method is only an idea and has no tangible method of success yet, so it's yet to be determined whether it will succeed. Such a brilliant idea, did the human emperor come up with it? Thought Wang Wei. I doubt it. Even people like Wu Hong and Qi Yuan did not have a concrete idea of transcendence, so how could he? The human emperor was most likely reincarnated during the Qi dynasty more than 2,000 years ago from Earth's modern time. So, he did not have access to many ideas and creativity from the internet era. Wang Wei has long predicted that the novels and other works of fiction he read on Earth were not simple stories created out of imagination, they might have some deeper secrets. Otherwise, it made no sense for them to contain so many pearls of wisdom, secrets, and ideas applicable to real life. So, this must be the work of Hongjun. As a half-step transcendence, he has walked in this path and knows more about how to achieve this realm. But, if he already had a method of transcendence, why did he participate in the ultimate taboo? He should have known of the danger. As soon as he asked this question, he knew the answer. Lack of trust. According to history, Yingzheng was the kind of suspicious emperor who never truly trusted anyone. So, how could he easily believe in Hongjun and follow his plans without any precautions or preparations? Wang Wei shook his head. He would have done the same if he were in the human emperor's shoes. He probably would have done worse since Hongjun's portrayal in many stories has not been ideal, so his weariness towards the latter is extremely high. Wang Wei exhaled slightly as he finished his thought. His analysis was rewarding as he already had one idea for a way to transcendence. Although only applicable to sovereign Tao, such an idea is valuable beyond words could explain. He focused on the room and realized everything had quieted down, waiting for him to wake up from his distractions. "My apologies for making you wait," said Wang Wei. He knew he did not need to explain, but he still wanted to show respect to these people, to be specific, to the ones with eternal strength. He only needed to say a few words, so why not do it? The meeting will end. If you want to place something in the contribution list for others to buy with merit, you need to submit an application. Our next meeting will be 1,000 years later, this should be plenty of time for you to work. People nodded while also secretly speculating what the next meeting would be about. Most people believed it was time for the court to branch out to the lower realm, spreading its wings to other worlds in this community. A few emperor lineages have already begun to prepare. Unfortunately, they do not have an ability like Wang Wei's soul network, so it's not easy for them to find other worlds. Su Shi, Feng Heng, Ao Xin, and Hu Feng Huang, please stay. Others, you may leave, ordered Wang Wei calmly. Chapter 921, Tao Discussion. Wang Wei led the group into the court's garden, where 5 seats forming a circle awaited them. Everyone sat cross-legged as Wang Wei served tea. "I called you here for 2 reasons," said Wang Wei. "Firstly, I want to exchange some things with each of you." "Your Majesty, what can we offer you?" asked Su Shi. "Primordial power, purest Buddha light, chaos power and bloodline, and 5 sacred beast bloodline," replied Wang Wei. "In return, I can offer you power veins pills, pure soul power, and even merit points." Everyone pondered for a moment. Those things were valuable but not enough to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, it was not like he was asking without paying anything in return. Plus, they might not be able to stop him if he wanted to take them by force, even if they worked together. "Your Majesty is the benefactor of Buddhism, so this poor monk has no problem trading," said the eminent monk. "As long as the price is right, I have no issue with trading," said Ao Xin. Although Chaos Bloodline was valuable, it depended on who wanted it. For some people, it was not such a big deal. In the end, everybody nodded and negotiated a price. In the end, the most valuable of the 4 was Su Shi's primordial power, followed by Hu Fenghuang's 5 sacred beast bloodline, then Ao Xin's powers, and Feng Heng was last. However, Ao Xin was the one who benefited the most since he exchanged both his bloodline and chaos power. Wang Wei was satisfied with the result. He will be able to condense a few unique power veins with these unique powers. Additionally, he plans to modify his 12 zodiac technique to condense unique acupoints abilities based on innate demon gods and existences like immortals and Buddha. Then, he waved his hand to manifest a small golden tree. Everyone's eyes lit up as they recognized this wonder of heaven and earth, the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi trees require Buddhist rhymes to grow and develop, said Wang Wei, who shook his head. He had tried to grow this thing on his own, but his methods were so slow and inefficient that he gave up. His current understanding, boosted by his fate domination physique, could not be improved by the current level of the Bodhi tree. I will lend this tree to your Buddhist sect, help me cultivate it, said Wang Wei as he handed it to Feng Heng. The monk's eyes lit up after receiving the tree. His Western Bliss sect had a Bodhi tree, and it was even more developed than this one. The tree has been the core of the Western Pure Land for countless years and has become a symbol for Buddhism. Feng Heng could guess the benefits of planting a second tree next to the ones he has. He could probably use the resonance between these two to condense a third Bodhi seed and grow his own tree. The two chatted for a few more minutes before Su Shi left. Then, Wang Wei waved his hand to teleport 80% of the Tao rhymes from their discussions to the Tao opening sect. Such vast and extensive Tao rhymes will greatly benefit the sect and allow its disciples and elders to better understand the laws of heaven and earth. Finally, Wang Wei focused on a battle in the distance. Chapter 922. Immortal sovereigns might. Although the four spent 45 years in the court, only a day passed outside. Wang Wei did not want their discussions to affect the political situation in the world, so he used his time Tao to change the rate of time outside and in the court. As such, a day later, Feng Heng, Ao Xin, and Hu Fenghuang left the court and returned to their factions. At least, they tried. Hu Fenghuang teleported to the moon, which is the entrance to the ancient clan's small world. However, a visitor was waiting for her, an elderly man dressed in all black slowly caressing an all-white sword while sitting cross-legged on a moon rock. A sharp aura naturally emanated from the man's body. If a mortal looked at him, their eyes would bleed like a sharp object pierced their pupils. "You're from the sword-casting villa?" asked Hu Fenghuang. "That's correct. Haven't you people given up already? The ancient clan do not have the right or power to monopolize all the god positions in the eastern continent," said Jian Sha. "But you guys get to control an entire region of the sea. You and I both know the sea is not as valuable as any of the continents. Furthermore, our territory does not house too many powerful emperor lineages, unlike yours," calmly responded Jian Sha without stopping to caress his swords. It was as if he had not seen or touched it for a long time and was very nostalgic about it. "All I'm hearing are excuses and rhetorics," snorted Hu Fenghuang. "This conversation is pointless. You and I are only pawns on this chessboard, but it seems your ancient clan has offended the chess player." Hu Fenghuang's pupil squinted. "Yes, our battle is inevitable." She took out her white tiger killing sword, releasing a terrifying killing intent. "Such a beautiful and powerful sword is wasted on a sword user like yourself," said Jian Sha as he stood up, releasing a killing intent as pure as his opponent. "The obsession you people have over the purity of the sword is disgusting and unsavory," replied Hu Fenghuang. "You wouldn't understand," replied Jian Sha, shaking his head. "However, what should I expect from people who only see the sword as nothing but a tool?" His aura changed, becoming more ethereal and elusive. He resembled a supreme immortal swordsman who had slaughtered gods, demons, Buddhas, and great emperors. Jian Sha mobilized an immense amount of immortal qi before rushing forward. In an instant, he appeared before her and slashed his sword downward. Clink! Hu Fenghuang blocked the attack, but her pupil squinted. She discovered a vast energy that offset her killing heaven law. Clink! 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 Jian Sha released a barrage of sword strikes, each faster and more potent than the previous one. In an instant, their swords clashed thousands of times. Then, Wu Fenghuang suddenly felt something was wrong as her intuition warned her of danger. So, she used her yin-yang Dao to control push and pull. A powerful force manifested out of nowhere, pushing Jian Sha 100 meters away. Push! Thousands of sword marks appeared on Wu Fenghuang's body, destroying her clothes and revealing her jade-like skin. She was calm throughout the process, not showing an ounce of pain. The undefendable sword art, she asked as her body naturally healed. However, not all the sword marks disappeared. "You're quite knowledgeable, little girl," said Jian Sha. The undefendable sword art was an ancient technique that existed before the Null Era. No one knows who created it, but this technique was famous because it was often used to deal with non-emperors. The technique was extremely difficult to block, so immortal venerables and Dao ancestors would use it against their own kind, inflicting heavy injuries on their opponent. The idea of this technique is to take advantage of the fact the other paths do not have the healing factors of the Emperor path. Wu Fenghuang secretly sneered after figuring out the opponent's tactic. Although she did not have the unnatural healing factors of eternal emperors, she had the Phoenix bloodline to make up for it. So, she only needed to be on guard for the opponent's other tricks and schemes. After her body naturally regenerated, Wu Fenghuang prepared to go on the offensive. However, before either acted, a voice echoed in their surrounding, "Could you guys fight someone else? I don't want your battle to destroy the moon." "The moon god?" said Wu Fenghuang. "Yes, and your battle can affect my domain. So, please fight someone else." Wu Fenghuang and Jian Sha looked at each other before disappearing. They appeared near the world's barrier to ensure their battles did not affect other people. Immortal Lotus Step, Jian Sha used a spell that increased speed. In an instant, he appeared before his opponent, leaving numerous lotus shining with immortal lights in his thrall. Clink! 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 His sword clashed with Wu Fenghuang. However, he discovered she did not hesitate to fight him head-on despite knowing about the undefendable sword art. Soon, he knew why. His sword technique failed. A subtle white and black shield appeared around her body, blocking the attack. "Are you surprised?" asked Wu Fenghuang. This technique is ingenious, using cause and effect to ignore any defenses. However, as long as I can block the karmic connection between me and you, it's easy to defend against it. The sect master warned me about you, telling me I should not treat you lightly because you're a member of a terrifying generation. I should have listened to him, sighed Jian Sha. You should have listened to him, she said with a sneer. Killing sword, she slashed her sword and manifested a terrifying white tiger that rushed toward Jian Sha. The latter tried to use his speed spell to evade, but he soon realized he was caught in a trap. Yin-yang was reversed, so up was now down, left was now right, and moving was now stopping. When he thought to move, he was actually telling his body to stop. Jian Sha's mind was fast, and he quickly figured out the ins and outs of this technique, so he told his body not to defend, which, in fact, generated a protective field around him. Unfortunately, the sword slash bypassed his defense and entered his body, heading directly into his immortal mansion. Is that your plan? To kill my immortal mansion and render me useless? Unfortunately. Jian Sha released a terrifying energy fluctuation that broke Wu Fenghuang's yin-yang technique. Your immortal qi, muttered Wu Fenghuang with a frown, but Jian Sha did not explain. It's 100 times harder for insurgent immortal venerables to cultivate to the immortal sovereign realm, so emperor lineages will only choose regular immortal venerables with normal immortal qi to cultivate to tier 11. However, after becoming an immortal sovereign, Jian Sha was lucky to discover a unique qi in the source qi space. The killing qi perfectly fused with his immortal qi, granting a unique attribute. The chi was not enough for him to become a tier 11 insurgent, but it did drastically increase his battle prowess among his peers. His strength was one of the reasons he was not injured and was sealed by heavenly Tao. Little girl, I admit I've underestimated you. However, I have survived countless eras and too many eternal emperors, some I don't even remember. So, today, no matter what, you will be defeated and forced to hand over the god positions. Old geezer, you have too much nonsense coming out of your mouth. The world is truly unfair. If this was the upper dimension, why would I care about a mere pre-march? Feng Huang wanted to tell him it was his fault for choosing such a rubbish path. However, she was smart enough to know countless people were watching this battle, and if she said these words, she would offend every immortal path cultivator in the myriad emperor world. So, she decided to go on the offensive by summoning a colossal phoenix composed entirely of beautiful blue flame. However, Jian Sha's response was calm as he only said one word, kill. The character for killing manifested in the sky with a bright red color. Then, without hesitation, he slashed his sword. A white light enveloped the world as a terrifying sword energy emanated from the sword. Subsequently, the flame phoenix instantly turned into trillions of perfectly cut pieces. Kill, said Jian Sha, manifesting the second character. He slashed his sword a second time, condensing a massive amount of immortal killing chi. Feng Huang raised her hand to summon her killing heaven law. Her palm easily absorbs the technique, even using it as nourishment. Jian Sha frowned briefly before two more killing characters manifested between heaven and earth. His aura rose drastically as the space around him twisted without much effort. So far, he has used 4 killing characters in his 7 killing sword art. He was confident in his sword but knew not to underestimate his enemy. A brilliant sword energy that was as vast as countless galaxies descended on Feng Huang to eradicate her from the world. Chapter 923, Force Compromise. One of the properties of water is its malleability or its ability to contain everything. So, after seeing that attack, Feng Huang mobilized her azure dragon bloodline to summon a pale blue ocean. The ocean swallowed or maybe fused, with the vast sword energy descending on her, turning into deep red. Then, the ocean turned into a blood dragon that rushed toward the elderly swordsman. What arrogant little girl. She had already used my power against me once, wasn't that enough? Jian Sha waved his sword, and the red dragon turned into ink to write 3 more, kill, characters. His aura changed, turning into a supreme being that has slaughtered immortals. In some ways, Jian Sha was such a being as his hands once bathed in the hands of countless immortal venerables and one immortal sovereign. Rain of immortal killing sword. Trillions of black swords manifested in the sky, each shining with lights of destruction. With a swing of Jian Sha's swords, they descended on Feng Huang. Her expression was grave as she did not expect her opponent to be capable of releasing such a devastatingly powerful. Damn it! Why does Aoshin get to show off his power against these weak devil cultivators, and I have to face such a powerful immortal sovereign? Her clan has records about the strength of immortal sovereigns, and none she read about were this powerful. Her opponent was obviously not a regular immortal sovereign. Phoenix manifestation. Feng Huang turned into a red phoenix, allowing the swords to descend on her. Then, a beautiful sound of chirping echoed between heaven and earth as her phoenix roared in pain. Whenever the sword touched her body, it would pass through as if she were an elementary creature intangible by physical attacks. However, the killing energy on the sword would damage her, but her current form was the best at minimizing damage. Furthermore, she had unparalleled life force to heal and regenerate. Once the rain of swords ended, Feng Huang appeared, her face slightly pale. Creation Destruction Ball. She mobilized her yin-yang heaven law to resonate with the destruction and creation Tao, manifesting 1 blue and red ball. They rotate before fusing into a half-red and half-blue ball with the sign of yin-yang at the core. The ball rushed toward the swordsman, making his heart race faster than it had ever done in a long time. Jian Sha felt tremendous danger, so he activated his Immortal Lotus Step to evade. Alas, Hu Fenghuang seemed to have predicted this move. As soon as Jian Sha evaded, she activated her Dao Will to boost her speed and instantly appeared before him. A second creation destruction ball appeared in her palm, ready to destroy her opponent with a single thought. Unfortunately, the thought never arrived. Hu Fenghuang felt a terrible pressure coming out of nowhere, making her mind and spirit very sluggish. Everything around her slowed down, she had difficulty thinking and breathing, her memories were blurred, and her concentration was non-existent. The attack in her palm weakened and almost disappeared. Then, a red aura materialized around Jian Sha's white sword as he swung down with the intention of annihilating her from existence. Hu Fenghuang's bloodlines passively activated at the last minute as a beautiful dragon armor with tiny yin-yang symbols in each scale enveloped her. Boom! Hu Fenghuang's body flew in the distance, but there were two sections as the previous attack bisected her diagonally from her shoulder to her waist. Flame tendrils emanated from the two sections of her body and connected them. Hu Fenghuang finally regained her bearings with some confusion before becoming extremely serious. That was soul coercion. Immortal sovereigns are tier 11 cultivators, so their immortal souls are of a higher class or grade than even eternal emperors. As such, it's perfectly normal for them to use it to pressure any tier 10 cultivators. However, from what Hu Fenghuang knew, such a tactic was only applicable to the upper dimension since immortal sovereigns cannot use most of their soul powers in the lower dimension. This bastard, she thought, looking at him with red eyes. She came so close to death, and that idea scared her. Unlike great emperors, she cannot rely on the Tao imprint to revive herself or use a variety of means of eternals. Little lady, this is just the beginning. Look around you. Hu Fenghuang's face became ugly as she swiftly scanned the surroundings. She saw 4 invisible arrays scattered in 4 directions, east, west, north, and south. Immediately afterward, she felt a pressure on her body as the space transformed. This subtle change reminded her of her trip to the Source Chi space. Her heaven law was difficult to mobilize, and she felt it was extremely arduous to operate. A formation that imitates energy dominance, she said with gritted teeth. Even the Grand Tao source will be affected as long as the energy purity and density are high enough. Correct, said Jian Sha with a smile. Energy dominance is one way for immortal sovereign to dominate lower tiers like yourself. In fact, it is the most orthodox way to become a tier 11 insurgent by creating an energy dominance that can even affect Empyreans. Sadly, we are restricted from using such a method in the lower dimension. Jian Sha was relaxed as he knew victory was in sight. Primarchs did not have as high of energy resistance as great emperors, so such a formation was very effective against them. Do you think this is enough to stop me? Of course not, replied Jian Sha. After seeing Hu Fenghuang's battle prowess, he changed his attitude and listened to the precautions Jian Wushuang told him to pay attention to. As such, he knew such a method was not enough to kill a Primarch with a 5 sacred beast bloodline. Little lady, why don't you check on your clan? Rage flashed deep in Hu Fenghuang's eyes as she swiftly used her divine sense to check on the small world of the ancient clan. Her pupils dilated as she sensed countless immortal powerhouses and one person who had a similar aura to Jian Sha. You allied with the sea race. Unlike the ancient clan, we know how to bend and stretch, replied Jian Sha casually. You're dreaming if you think these people can destroy my ancient clan, said Hu Fenghuang with gritted teeth. Of course not. After all, you people are protected by luck and destiny. However, we can destroy enough of you until you're forced to close your doors and recuperate for countless generations. The void around Hu Fenghuang trembled as anger almost overwhelmed her mind. She did not expect her ancient clan, once the ruler of heaven and earth, to fall to such a state. How the mighty have fallen. What do you want? Asked Hu Fenghuang, calming herself down. Jian Sha smiled before sending her a scroll. As soon as she read it, she almost lost all the composure she used so much effort to gather. These people wanted half of the god position in the eastern continent, and many of them were high-level ones with great potential for merit and world source blessing. It's impossible for me to give you half. Time is of the essence, little lady, and we do not want to negotiate for a long time with you, said Jian Sha. How can such a decision be made lightly? She wanted to negotiate. Otherwise, she will be very disadvantaged in this settlement. There is no point in buying time. We know the Chi-Luck dragon of your clan is enough to bless one first-class insurgent to have the battle prowess of an eternal for a short period. We have taken measures to prevent that from happening, so in the next 10 minutes, if you don't make a decision, we will begin a massacre, explained Jian Sha with a leisurely tone. You! Hurry up, we have already wasted more than 2 minutes. Hu Fenghuang activated her in-law to cool her mind. You can have half the positions, but they must all be unimportant ones. Or, you can have a quarter of them but only a few important ones. No bargaining. Little lady, you don't seem to pick one of these options. Otherwise, our ancient clan will wage Emperor Dao war with all of you until both sides perish. Don't worry, I will pay extra care to you sword-casting villa during that war. Jian Sha's mouth twitched. No matter how weak the ancient clan was, it was still one of the most powerful factions in the world due to its ancient heritage and the fact they were an amalgam of many factions with great destiny and luck. So, if they went crazy, the sword-casting villa would suffer. Decisive, aren't we? Commented Jian Sha. Fine, we will take the second option. However, we want half the important positions. No more than 10%, countered Hu Fenghuang. Fine, sign the contract. Hu Fenghuang looked at the contract, and it was very simple. Furthermore, these people were smart enough to apply the contract to only this generation. After all, everyone knew the court situation would be reshuffled after every generation. After making sure there were no problems, she signed it on behalf of the ancient clan. This is not over, Hu Fenghuang declared before disappearing. Jian Sha smiled calmly before waving his hand to remove the arrays and return home. Now, he had to negotiate with the other eastern factions on how to distribute these god positions. Northern Continent, Aoshan watched the battle with clenched hands. The Emperor path is the only true path. In the last meeting, he felt great humiliation during their Dao discussions as he sensed Grand Dao Source's great superiority over Heaven Law. Now, after watching Hu Fenghuang's battle and realizing he might have been in an even worse situation if he was in her place, the humiliation overwhelmed his mind. I need to become an eternal emperor, he muttered. And the only feasible way for that to be possible without reincarnation is merit. He thought of Feng Heng's method of proving the Dao. I doubt I could get the information from his hand without paying a tremendous price. The only other person who might know this method is Wang Wei. Aoshan groaned slightly. He knew he did not need any methods to use merit to transition from the heaven path to the Grand Dao path. As long as he had plenty of merits, he could ask true heavenly Dao directly. However, the correct method can exponentially decrease the amount of merit needed. Since it was not possible for him to gather enough merit to use the direct method, he needed whatever method Feng Heng used. Countless ideas flashed in Aoshan's mind before his eyes suddenly lit up. He waved his hand, and a body on the verge of death appeared before him, Shao Songshi. If I remember correctly, his Baishi clan has a star sage. Aoshan became excited as he quickly began to heal Shao Songshi. Chapter 924, Fiend God Body 12 Revolution. Wang Wei watched the battle calmly until the two reached a compromise, and Hu Fenghuang left in anger. His expression did not change much, making it impossible to know whether this was the outcome he desired or not. The ancient clan's ambitions are too grand for their capabilities. I hope they understand the message I'm sending them. Otherwise, no matter how harsh the backlash for their annihilation is, I won't hesitate to eliminate them, muttered Wang Wei. These people's ambitions are an instability to his era. If they messed around too much, the heavenly era might be short-lived, and that's something he cannot accept or allow. Uttered Wang Wei as he looked at the northern continent. Aoshan's fate has changed. The power of fate flashed in his eyes, revealing heaven and earth's deepest truths or secrets. He wants to use the Star Sage to transition into an eternal emperor. Well, he's a 6-star Primarch, so there should be no problem. However, the 3-star Sage does not have such ability. But Aoshan's bloodline is chaos, so he should be able to raise the Sage to 4-star. Wang Wei did not care much about Aoshan's breakthrough as it will only help alleviate the issue of balance mechanism, just like Su Shi. What about Hu Fenghuang? Does she have the same idea? He gazed in the direction of the ancient clan. His eyes ignored the innumerable distance between his position and the clan's small world. It's undecided. It seems she wants to wait for when I leave and become Heavenly Emperor. Wang Wei pondered the implications of her controlling the court. The next generation belongs to my father. However, the best plan would be to wait a few generations after him before participating in another battle. After all, it won't be good for the sect to have 3 consecutive eternal emperors. 2 generations are enough to establish a deep foundation for the Heavenly Emperor era. Furthermore, Li Jun and Yan Liling will be watchguards and ensure no problem occurs for a few generations. After figuring things out, Wang Wei no longer cared whether Hu Fenghuang became an eternal in this generation or waited later to become a Heavenly Emperor. The real issue is the balance mechanism against the myriad emperor world. 1 generation might have as many as 5 eternal emperors. There needs to be balance, otherwise, the other world communities cannot compete. His gaze penetrated the river of fate as he divined the truth. I see. A system like the Devil God world, this should work. Wang Wei frowned after discovering the truth. The situation in the lower dimension will become complicated. I must hurry up. Although the development speed of the era was perfectly alright, he did not want any unknown or uncontrollable variable to suddenly appear. So, he decided to speed up certain things. Let's increase my strength first. Without wasting time, he walked into his cultivation room and entered seclusion. Wang Wei took out the things he exchanged with the 5 Eternals and began to condense more power veins. His body began to glow golden, releasing a holy aura full of compassion, love, and understanding. Sounds of chanting could be heard emanating from his body, lasting for many years. Afterward, countless visions manifested in the room. There were noble dragons with the power of chaos, followed by the 5 sacred beasts. With each vision, Wang Wei's flesh became increasingly more powerful. After an unknown amount of time, everything returned to normal. Wang Wei stood in the room with only pants on. He clenched his hand. 59 Infant Fiend God Force, the peak of 2nd class. He sighed, thinking how difficult cultivating in the true power Dao realm was. The resources he used to condense the power veins were top of the line, but the increase was so small. Of course, Wang Wei knew between 40 and 70 Infant Fiend God Force was a special time for body refiners, and cultivating in these stages is harder than usual. It seems every body refiner will have some sort of bottleneck in this stage. Some people will spend eons without any improvement. Most pure body refiners will waste their 9 yuan epic lifespan between these stages. Luckily, he can pass this stage with relative difficulty with his talent and top-level rare resources. After checking his body, Wang Wei continued his retreat. He took out two things from his space ring, Di Tian's diluted fiend god bloodline and Su Shi's primordial chaos power. Without hesitation, he fused them in an attempt to make up for the flaws in the bloodline. He immediately noticed a transformation in the blood after fusing with the primordial chaos power. Wang Wei observed every detail of the change, analyzing the secrets of this fiend god bloodline. "It's not enough," he muttered after observing for countless years. He observed his chi flower ability to see how much chaos chi he had in reserve after so many years. Most of the innate chi in the flower had turned into chaos chi, to Wang Wei's satisfaction. "Now, I can use Ao Shen's pure chaos power and Su Shi's primordial power as a template to condense primordial chaos chi." Wang Wei started to condense his chaos chi into primordial chaos chi. His first attempts were futile, but he eventually succeeded after repeated efforts and relentless study. He channeled the newly created primordial chaos chi to the fiend god bloodline to complete its sublimation. "Success," said Wang Wei with a smile. He did not want to waste time, so he continued without pausing. He used the knowledge he gathered to renovate the Fiend God Body 12 Revolution. Previously, he only had a template or embryo of what the 10th revolution would be like. Now, he upgraded the first 9 revolutions and finished the 10th revolution. He even had ideas for the 11th revolution. By now, this technique looked nothing like Dao Monarch Qianhui's technique. Wang Wei closed his eyes and accessed his bloodline or genetic information. Humans are not creatures that inherently rely on bloodlines. Some cultivators will fuse their laws or Dao comprehension into their bloodline, allowing their descendants to inherit their cultivation talent and countless divine abilities. However, most powerful humans do not do so because of the limitations of bloodlines. Another reason is that humans have a unique bloodline based on intelligence and good fortune. Take a clan like the Wang or Di clan. In every generation, talented individuals will be born in their clans. Their geniuses will be born with a high affinity with spiritual chi, high comprehension, and good luck and destiny. High affinity with spiritual chi means their descendants will have a great talent for cultivation. High comprehension means their souls are easier to cultivate, and they have no problem understanding the laws. Finally, luck and destiny have too many benefits, one of which is a higher probability of being chosen by heaven and earth to inherit a heavenly physique, which is like a bloodline without limitations. As Wang Wei accessed his bloodline, he briefly saw the lives of all his ancestors, going as far back as Qiyuan. He saw when the latter became the source of the Wang clan's bloodline. He also took this opportunity to check whether no one left some imprint in the bloodline. Although he trusted Qiyuan and the others, he could not be too sure. Luckily, there was nothing. Besides a few restrictions to prevent other people from body-possessing members of the Wang clan and using the bloodline to ruin the clan's luck and destiny, everything was normal. After sighing in relief, Wang Wei proceeded to the next step, condensing the bloodline seed. However, Qianhui's bloodline seed was a prototype of the Fiend God bloodline. To be specific, it was a unique bloodline with the ability to evolve and grow. What Wang Wei condensed was his human bloodline into a seed while retaining the evolutionary traits of the bloodline. Wang Wei waved his hand to summon a pill with creatures carved on its body. This pill was created by refining Lu Mixia's body and soul. She possessed the myriad beast physique, which is the perfect catalyst to absorb multiple innate bloodlines to evolve his human bloodline. After swallowing it, he immediately felt his bloodline had a subtle change. Wang Wei had moved the golden pool of blood he exchanged with Heavenly Dao to help it save people during the cleanup. The pool contained countless innate demon god bloodlines and was the perfect resource for cultivating this technique. With the help of the unique laws from Lu Mixia's body, Wang Wei's bloodline seed absorbed the energy and power of the blood. After an unknown amount of time, he succeeded in the first revolution. Wang Wei could feel his human bloodline sublimated to a higher level. Chapter 926, Fiend God Body 12 Revolutions, Finale. Next is the other three clans and the sect, muttered Wang Wei before continuing his work. His bloodline contained the bloodline of the Li, Yan, and Yu clan and many other families to which the Wang clan had married. Wang Wei even discovered the bloodline of the Di clan and even members of the Divine Dao League. So, Wang Wei took some time to trace the bloodline source of the Li, Yan, and Yu clan. I only need to slightly modify the Li and Yan clan's bloodline, granting them some benefits until Li Jun and Yan Liling can cultivate to the 10th revolution, acquire a human fiend god bloodline, and fully modify the source. I only hope they can do it before I ascend so I can protect them through the tribulation. The Wang clan members won't have a problem cultivating the 10th revolution since their bloodline is already at that level, and they are only adding to it. However, it's different for the Li and Yan clan. Wang Wei soon finished modifying the Li clan's bloodline source and proceeded to the Yan clan. He discovered their bloodline was matriarchal in nature, favoring woman over man in its blessing. Now it made sense why their two emperors were women, commented Wang Wei before continuing. Kid, what are you doing? Suddenly said a voice. Ancestor. You're not dead. How rude, said the Sword Empress. So, you're the only one who survived the ultimate taboo. However, why do I feel you're so weak, said Wang Wei as he looked at the woman who appeared before him, releasing a natural terrifying sword will. I was injured, so now, I'm only a little emperor, replied the Sword Empress. But even if I'm in this state, how dare you say I'm weak? She looked at him up and down, tenfold battle realm. She did not hide the surprise in her face, followed by envy and regret. What's with this look? When I was young, I was super competitive, so I wanted to achieve the tenfold battle realm and even the legendary taboo battle realm. So, I underwent foundation re-establishment. Alas, I only achieved ninefold, and it's the same for your wife. One of my regrets is that I failed. You achieve ninefold without tempering your body. Tempering the body is overrated, replied Sword Empress before remembering her situation. Many source techniques can boost the flesh to be on par with the best body refiners. Although it's only a temporary boost, it's more than enough for battle. Wang Wei nodded his head. He had long anticipated the Eternal Ascension world was a cultivation civilization that had developed to a terrifying level. As such, almost everything was possible after countless years of research and development of techniques, spells, and arts. How is she? Asked Wang Wei, and Sword Empress smiled. She's fine. Plus, she does not completely reject your marriage. You only need to woo her again. I'm satisfied as long as she gives me a chance. Wang Wei was prepared to use the stalking tactic if she refused to let him court him again, without a care to how disturbing and shameless such a thing was. But now, he was glad she would give him a proper chance. Kid, you haven't answered my question. What are you doing in my clan's bloodline source? It's like this, replied Wang Wei before explaining everything. Human fiend god bloodline, what an ingenious idea. You're over-exaggerating, replied Wang Wei with a humble smile. You don't understand, people at my level disdain innate and chaos bloodlines but not fiend gods. However, the primordial and grand Dao path are semi-exclusive, making it difficult for paragons to condense fiend god bloodlines and even harder for fiend gods to prove the Dao and become paragons. Your method is the perfect approach to this situation. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. I'm sure other people had such an idea before. Sword Empress sighed. Do you think removing Grand Dao's cognitive barrier is simple? Are you saying Grand Dao placed barriers around people's minds to prevent them from having certain ideas and thoughts? Asked Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Yes, fate is so powerful, but it appears to be useless to the more powerful cultivators. But that's only my own error, thought Wang Wei. If you can control a paragon's environment, the culture they are surrounded by, the people they often come into contact with, and even the habits they develop through long years, it's easier to subtly influence their mind and decisions. It's like designing invisible parameters they can grow and develop. That's the horror of fate Dao. Wang Wei had an epiphany, knowing that reaching 35% Grand Dao source won't be much of a problem and would require less merit or resources than before. Thank you, ancestors, for enlightening me. You don't need to thank me, replied Sword Empress, who did not think she did anything to deserve such credit. Dao Lords and Overlords have this title not only because of their intelligence and wisdom but because they have broken off the cognitive barrier of the world. Their mind is no longer in the perfect box Grand Dao created for all sentient beings. I see, nodded Wang Wei, feeling Dao Lords and Overlords had a strange relationship with Grand Dao. The latter loved them for their mind and innovation but also hated them for going out of line. Your technique is truly useful to me. I can condense my human fiend god bloodline and stand there as my body is tempered. I don't have to waste my time and effort and only absorb countless resources to grow. Sword Empress' eyes lit up. The more she thought about this idea, the better she found it was. I can condense a unique sword bloodline so I can walk the ultimate path of swordsmanship. She was truly excited. A few people even inherited his exaggerated regeneration with some restrictions. He saw a girl from the Yen clan who inherited his chakras that he opened during the divine body realm. The Li and Yen clan were not the only ones who inherited his fleshly Buddhist divine abilities, but they were the majority. With a thought, he sent a message to all Yen and Li clans' bloodline descendants, telling them their bloodline would also evolve, but they needed to wait a little while. Wang Wei watched their faces and eyes change, going from envy to excitement and pride. He smiled before focusing on somewhere else. His gaze was now in the room with the 9 blood pools. He removed the remaining traces of imprints in the blood with a single thought. Over the years, during his retreat, he had a better understanding and control of the Tao imprint and his existence, allowing him to achieve such a feat now. Anyone in the sect can use Emperor blood to temper themselves or even improve their talent. With a wave of his hand, he created a 10th pool, removed a drop of blood from his heart, and sent it. That single drop turned into an ocean of pale gray blood shining brightly with purple, dark lights like the stars during the night. With my blood and the Fiend God Body 12 Revolution technique, members of the sectarian factions can also temper their bodies and activate a unique bloodline. The only downside is their limit is the 9th revolution until they ascend to the upper dimension. Wang Wei had no choice but to leave things as such. The issue of bloodline could easily lead to contradictions. If members of the sectarian sides have human fiend god bloodlines, they could easily create another family that will become the core of the Tao opening sect. However, here lies the issue. The sectarian sides recruit outside disciples, so each time they cultivate a great emperor, a new family might be born into the sect. If this problem is not solved, it's only a matter of time before the sect becomes one controlled by many families or clans. Kai Song, Jin Mengyao, and future sectarian emperors could create a new family, leading to many other problems. The Shadow Ruler Emperor did not create a family, most likely to prevent such a situation, but it's not guaranteed others will be as accommodating as him. The next group of people Wang Wei focused on was the Yu clan. Their changes were the least as he mainly focused on increasing their lifespans and their base talents, ensuring the Yu clan would prosper from now on relying on themselves. The Yu clan did not know the drastic changes of the Wang clan, so they were not jealous and envious, they were only happy they could benefit. Wang Wei proceeded to check on the scattered Wang clan bloodline. As expected, there were many outside clan members who were not known or registered. After so many years, it's understandable that some bloodlines remained outside. Some families had the Wang clan bloodline, just like he had traces of the Di clan bloodline, but they were too little to even elicit an awakening, especially since Wang Wei ensured these people did not benefit from this mass awakening. However, Wang Wei did discover something interesting. The Wang clan and the other two families had branches scattered in the lower realm and other world communities. According to his divination, Qiyuan sent these people outside to ensure the clan would have a backup in case something happened to the main branch in the Myriad Emperor world. According to the rules he set, the branch members cannot easily reveal their identity or connection to the main branch, and they cannot live in any heavenward worlds to minimize the danger. He cultivated a powerful guardian to protect them and left an order to send replacements to these branches in case something happened to them. The ancestor is wise, but I might have caused some trouble. With these people's awakening and unique bloodline, it's only a matter of time before other interested parties discover the connection to the Wang clan. Wang Wei pointed his finger and accessed the river of fate. He placed a cognitive block around this family's bloodline. So, in the future, even if someone knew these people had a unique bloodline similar to the main branch, no one would ever think there was a correlation. The only way to remove this blockage is if a Dao Lord or Overlord is close to his power. Otherwise, no matter who investigated these branch members, they will never connect them with the clans in the Myriad Emperor world. Wang Wei finally focused on his family. His father inherited a 9-revolution bloodline, and that was by design. Just like the Sword Empress said, walking both the primordial and grand Dao path is troublesome. Unfortunately, the 10-revolution bloodline is classified as the primordial path. So, if his father inherits his human fiend god bloodline, there will be some issues when he tries to prove the Dao. As such, Wang Wei only allowed him to inherit the 9-revolution while also leaving him a special seed to modify his bloodline as he wished, using the power of nothingness to contain everything. After proving the Dao, he can sublimate his bloodline to the 10th revolution. He should be walking a similar path as the ancestor, thought Wang Wei before checking on his mother. Her inheritance focused more on increasing her talent for body refining. In the future, she can also cultivate the Fiend God Body 12 revolution, and Wang Wei will leave methods to help her in the tribulation. Unfortunately, only she can inherit the bloodline and cannot leave it to the Yu clan after achieving the 10th revolution. His grandfather was laughing like a madman while using a punching routine to adapt to his soaring strength. He inherited the entire bloodline, even dealing with his problem of lifespan. Wang Chang now had 2 paths before him. In the end, I still need Mithraea or someone at her level as protection. He shook his head before continuing his retreat. He absorbed all the merit the devil cultivators gifted to him, along with the ones he had already amassed as the Heavenly Emperor. While he was in retreat, the world was in turbulence as people noticed the anomaly of the Wang clan. They deployed all their spies and used whatever means was possible to detect what was going on. Ancient clan, what's going on? Asked Hu Fenghuang, who was in retreat ever since she lost to that bastard Jian Sha. The Wang clan members felt a throbbing in their blood, but we have not detected anything, responded one of the elders. The conclusion is the other branch's bloodline has changed, but we have not found out the exact reason. All their spies were long cleaned up by the Dao opening sect, and methods like divinations and calculations were surprisingly useless in this generation. Well, not surprisingly, given the Heavenly Emperor's Dao. Do we want to sacrifice some of our chi luck to find the truth? Is this worth the price? Normally, no. But if it's a change in the clan's bloodline, it's not something we can ignore. Everyone became quiet, a sign they agreed with this proposition. In the end, they looked at Hu Fenghuang for an answer. If we do this, the Heavenly Emperor will know we are prying in his affairs, replied Hu Fenghuang, making everyone frown. Then, what should we do? 2 choices, she replied. The first one is to wait. Such a secret is impossible to hide forever. Sooner or later, news will be released. Yes, such a drastic change in bloodline cannot be hidden forever. However, it might take too long to know the truth, someone commented. The second option is to contact our ancestors in limbo. They might be interested in this news. During the deception trial, Wu Fenghuang analyzed Wang Wei and the upper dimension Heaven Chosen's reaction and knew many of their ancestors died in a terrible event and were now in the realm between life and death, existence and non-existence. We have tried that before, and it was unsuccessful. The world was drastically changing every day, and the ancient clans wanted the wisdom and aid of their ancestors, so they tried on many occasions to contact them. Alas, all their attempts resulted in failure. With the current event, we have a higher chance of succeeding this time, replied Wu Fenghuang, who intuitively knew they would succeed this time around. In the end, everybody agreed and proceeded to a secret dimension with an altar at the center. In the ancient era, when humans lived in tribal societies, ancestral altars were very important to them, and each tribe had one. After death, it was an honor for every member of their tribe to be enshrined in their clan's altar, turning into holy spirits that protect their tribe even after death. Chapter 929, Ancestors Warning. An elderly man appeared in the middle of the altar with gray hair and a long white beard. He was burly, showing his profound muscles even while wearing a loose black robe. His body did not exude a sage or immortal-like atmosphere to show his wisdom or longevity. No, his body exuded a primal or desolate aura, like an ancient creature who bathed in the bloodline of gods, demons, devils, and Buddhas. Every ancient clan member in this room recognized this person, the Tao Father of the world and their clan, the Heaven-Opening Emperor. The mighty emperor was momentarily confused as he looked around. So, it worked, he muttered, knowing his attempt to reach the lower dimension succeeded. A while ago, while still dead and in limbo, he sensed something important had happened in the lower dimension, so he spent a great deal of effort to arrive here. The Heaven-Opening Emperor looked around, gazing at the members of the ancient clan. With his strength, he could sense the guilt and fear these people tried to hide. He immediately knew why but did not care. Like Qiyuan, the Wang clan's branch from his side treats raising genius and capable people with the utmost cruelty. Since the members of his branch could not keep their positions, power, and strength in the lower dimension, it only showed their inadequacy. When it comes to people of his level, the lower dimension can provide them with little power or ability. However, as their place of origin, most paragons will have a special place for their place of origin. So, as long as they are not destroyed, people in the upper dimension will not care about the prosperity of the factions they left behind. The Heaven-Opening Emperor asked, "Why did you guys summon me?" No one answered for a moment before Wu Fenghuang took a step forward and bowed. "I have seen the ancestor." "A pre-march on the lower dimension." "How rare," commented the Heaven-Opening Emperor. "However, it's a shame for someone of your talent to become a pre-march." Wu Fenghuang smiled wryly before explaining the situation, starting from the Heaven-Will battle to the Heavenly Court and finally to the current changes in the Wang clan bloodline. Qiyuan's branch gave birth to such a talent, muttered the Heaven-Opening Emperor as he caressed his well-trimmed beard. His eyes shone brilliantly as many truths appeared in his mind. Mortal Emperor, 10 Supremacy Foundation, and even Immeasurable Emperor. This kid is scary. No, this generation, in general, is unique. He looked in the distance, observing something. Ha! He raised the Wang clan's human bloodline to the level of fiend god, said the Heaven-Opening Emperor, not hiding his shock. Yes, 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 that's the answer I've been searching for. The Heaven-Opening Emperor's voice was loud, shaking the entire ancestral room. Oddly, the sound never escaped the confines of the room. Everyone of sufficient level knew he was unique because of a mutation of his physique. He was the only individual between heaven and earth who cultivated power Grand Tao source while simultaneously reaching the end of the true power Tao realm and opening the gate of flesh. Many people referred to the heaven opening emperor as the ultimate body refiner, and they were correct about that because he also had a fiend god bloodline he cultivated to the limit. However, the bloodline has become the core issue of the heaven opening emperor. After becoming a paragon, he went to great lengths to fuse with this bloodline, almost dying in the immemorial tribulation. According to the rules of heaven and earth, the grand Tao and primordial path are separated. So, it's a nightmare for fiend gods to prove the Tao and eventually become paragons, but it's also the same for paragons to acquire a fiend god's bloodline and reach the pinnacle. The heaven opening emperor always felt something was wrong with his body after reaching the pinnacle of the paragon realm. He never knew what it was, and anyone he consulted concluded nothing was wrong. He even consulted his greatest rival, the owner of the Grand Tao source position of the Power Tao. The two had more than thousands of battles for the position. In the early stages, the heaven opening emperor lost all of them, but later on, they only tied, allowing the others to keep their position. Alas, even after consulting his friends, he never found the answer. A few people suggested to him the problem might be his bloodline, but that answer was too broad, so the heaven opening emperor changed his bloodline a few times and recultivated them to the pinnacle. Alas, the feeling of incongruity did not fade away. This problem was one of the main reasons he participated in the ultimate taboo, hoping to find an answer. Today, he finally knew the answer to his problem. No matter how much I train and cultivate the fiend god's bloodline, it's still foreign. The heaven opening emperor can say for sure he has 99% control of his bloodline. However, he realized that the missing 0.1% was the real issue. Such a small problem might not be important to others, but after reaching his level, such a small flaw might be detrimental. The real path I must take is to create a human bloodline on par with those pinnacle fiend gods. Only this way can I reach the true pinnacle of body refining, establishing the greatest foundation to become transcendent. The heaven opening emperor felt his mind cleared and a heavy burden lifted from his shoulder. He knew the way forward after he resurrected himself. He did not need Wang Wei's Fiend God Body 12 Revolution, since only a few people understand bloodline better than him. So, it's not a problem to create Wang Wei's technique. Furthermore, if he wishes, he can travel through the river of time to find Tao Monarch Qianhua's technique and learn from it. The only issue he needs to prepare for is the immemorial tribulation for changing his bloodline, and the heaven opening emperor could deduce how terrifying it will be. It seems I owe this descendant some karma, muttered the heaven opening emperor as he observed Wang Wei. He could see countless destinies around him, one of which was the destiny to deal with the 8 parasites and return the eternal ascension world to its golden age. Qiyuan gathered the destiny of the entire chaos universe with the mission to bring about the era of half-step transcendent. His attempt both failed and succeeded. Qiyuan's attempt did create multiple half-step transcendents, but it was not enough. Furthermore, most of the methods that resulted from the ultimate taboo were flawed, which was unacceptable to most people. Someone else must finish what he started. Could this kid be the next one after him? The heaven opening emperor was in deep thought. The eternal ascension world has gathered the greatest destiny amongst all the chaos worlds. So, the probability of the next chosen one to appear there is the greatest, but it's not completely guaranteed. Some of these old guys must be trying to prevent this from happening, doing everything to make the next destined one appear in their world. Since these old guys are working hard, it's not impossible for Qiyuan to be also secretly plotting. Did he make a move to ensure the next chosen ones appeared in the eternal ascension world and even the Wang clan? Or is this just a coincidence? The heaven opening emperor did not have a definite conclusion. However, he knew the chaos universe was about to experience another era of prosperity and chaos. As such, he needs to prepare. should I facilitate the merger of our Wang clan? After thinking about this idea, he secretly groaned. He had his disagreement with Qiyuan and fought a few times. However, they were not enemies and even worked together on many occasions. On multiple occasions, they also discussed a possible merger. However, the conclusion was that it might not be possible, at least, not now. Each branch of the Wang clan reached the pinnacle of the Eternal Ascension world but in different factions. Because of their power, some people do not want them to merge, so they've been secretly plotting to aggravate the contradictions between the two factions. Although Qiyuan and the Heaven-Opening Emperor took measures to alleviate the situation, their methods were not 100% successful in the end. After years, the two clans had many resentments, contradictions, and hatred. Although they can control themselves when they are allies, the difficulty is another level regarding turning them into one huge family. Because of the balance mechanism, it's impossible for the clans in the lower dimension to fuse. However, they can still be allies. So, let's show some sincerity.